Okay. So, hello everybody. Good morning and selamat pagi. Kunalkan, I'm Dr. To of I'm Dr. To of Kwansei University. Well, welcome to the summer program by Udayana University and Kwansei University. Professor Udayana and I chair this program. In this program, three lecturers from Udayana University and three lecturers from the KGU, Kwansei University, will give lectures on marine sciences. Each lecturer treats different topics of marine science, so you can learn various aspects of marine science in this program. Before starting the lecture, I'd like to invite the deans of Kwansei University and Udayana University for opening remarks. At first, Professor Fujiwara, the dean of Kwansei University, will give us a word. Professor Fujiwara, please.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And I'm really happy to see the old friends' face of Udayana University. And this time, so that we are really happy to join the collaboration program today. And actually, we did a very tight collaboration. Actually, we are still doing the trying to make the tight collaboration between your university and our university. And fortunately, we could visit this March to accompanying with our students to Lambongan Island and some nice places in Bali. And the students could have a very wonderful opportunity over there. And we appreciate for your beautiful arrangement. But this time, we could have a chance to start another online program by the Pa Bibin and Pa To Sensei. So I hope we can continue this kind of activity to enhance the educational activity and the research activity also. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Fujiwara. Next, Professor Iwayan Nuarusa will give us a word. Professor Iwayan Nuarusa, please.
Okay, thank you for the times. Can my voice be heard?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. The Honorable, the Deans of the Faculty of Biological and Environment Science, Kwansei Gakuin University, Professor Shinsuke Fujiwara, the Honorable, the Director of International Affairs, Professor Hirokito. I respect all summer science lecturers, both from the Kwansei Gakuin University and Udayana University, including Professor Bibin, Professor Atana, Gede Hendrawan PhD, Wen Gede Astaukarang PhD, and others. And what I'm proud of, all students or participants of summer science, both from the Kwansei Gakuin University and Udayana University, that I can mention one by one. First of all, I would like to express my appreciations to the summer science programs online collaborations between Kwansei Gakuin University and Udayana University. These activities is very important for us, both for our student and our lecturer as well. Through these activities, our student will gain international experience in attending lectures. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and this times there are several activities and collaborations that we have carried out together, including the first is the student exchange in the Sakura Science Exchange programs. On last March, 9 students and 2 professors from the Kwansei Gakuin University visited Udayana University, learn about coastal and marine biodiversity of Bali. And on the upcoming in the end of October, 4 students and 1 lecturer from the Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries Udayana University will visit Kwansei Gakuin University. And the second activities is the summer science programs which is carried out every year online, including in these times. The summer science programs in this years will be attended by 10 students from the Udayana University. And the third activities is the master course programs for Udayana University students to continue their study in Kwansei Gakuin University. Until now, there have been 5 students who have taken part in the Kwansei Gakuin University master programs. 4 students have graduated and 1 is ongoing. Once again, we would like to express my gratitude and appreciations for the cooperations we have made so far. Hopefully, in the future, we can continue to improve these collaborations, such as joint research and publications, holding joint international seminar, and providing opportunity for our lecturers to continue their PhD program at Kwansei Gakuin University. My message from our students: you are the selected participants for the summer science program online. Use this opportunity as well as possible so that you get the maximum benefit from these activities. Please make good communications with the lecturer. When you have finished your study in Udayana University, hopefully you will get the opportunity to get the scholarships to continue your master program in Kwansei Gakuin University. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of the Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries, Udayana University, we appreciate this summer science program online collaborations between Kwansei Gakuin University and Udayana University. We apologize if any inconvenience during the activities from Udayana University sides. That's all on my speech. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Iwayan Nuarusa. We also want to expand our collaboration between Udayana University and Kwansei Gakuin University. Okay, next, Professor Andriana will give some announcement on this program. Bibin Sensei, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So, as you know that now we are going to have a lecture from 6 teacher, yeah. So, of course, there's 2 sessions. In the first and the second session, it will be lecture, yeah. But in the third and the fourth, we are going to have kind of discussion. During you must make some preparation for a final presentation. So at least one teacher will give you 5 sessions. First session, lecture. Second session, lecture. The third, the fourth is make some preparation. Yeah. So you discuss, and we are going to spread during the preparation. We are going to make some such kind of the breakout room. Yeah. Next, we are going to prepare so you can shift to the breakout room. And as you know that we are going to spread, we are going to make 3 groups. Group 1 from Udayana, and group 2 from KGU, and group 3 from Udayana. So the list name we are going to announce later on after that. Yeah. So I think, and then I hope before I close my announcements, I will I would like to request to you, please open your camera. Yeah, we are going to make pictures. Yeah, and of course, maybe yeah, we still have 3 minutes, so you can show, and then after that, maybe in the last of the in the last of the session, before we close every day. So maybe of course I would like to make some pictures also. Please open your camera. But during the lecture, if maybe some possible, if there's some difficulties, maybe about the speed of your internet, so it's allowed for you if you would like to close the camera, but please stay in front of the computer. Yeah. Okay, I think thank you very much. That's all my announcements. And maybe if there's something that spontaneously that there's some information that I must announce, I will give you later on. Thank you very much, To Sensei.
Okay, thank you very much, Bibin Sensei. Okay, let's start today's lecture. Today, Professor Iwayan Arutana will give you a lecture on marine ecology in the morning. Then Professor Gede Hendorawan Sensei will give you a lecture on marine debris this afternoon. So could you please start the lecture, Professor Iwayan Arutana Sensei?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
How about my voice? Clear enough for you?
Yeah, very
It's
clear.
very clear. Very
Yes.
clear.
Okay. I hope everyone will happy and understand what I will explain later on. Let me share my content first. Before I explain my lectures, I'm not so. I have some videos, so I'm afraid the voice of video you cannot hear. How to
I think
let sorry
when you set up your slide, and then
in the beginning.
when you set up your slide in the share point, you can click the the voice.
In the slide.
Yeah, when you click the share, and then you click the file, and then can you repeat to share the? Can you repeat the share?
Okay. I will repeat.
Yeah.
I will repeat.
First, you click the share screen.
Okay.
And then click your file, and in the left button, in the left
share sound, yeah?
Yeah.
Sound.
That's one.
Okay. Already. Yeah. Fine. Thank you. Okay, I will start my lecture about marine biology, marine ecology. Maybe you all understand now, marine is very important for us, yeah, because marine will provide food, everything for us. Now, marine, if you're talking about ocean, they have a very big influence on our climates here. That's why now a lot of scientists learning about mechanism on marine conditions. But in coastal area, we need to maintain a lot of ecology available in the coastal area, like coral that where we need to talk about later, and then seagrass and also seaweed. That's what we need to talk until this afternoon, at 12 o'clock. Student and all everyone, if you not understand, please ask me so I can explain again to make you understand about marine ecology. What is, before we talking about marine ecology, what is an ecology? Maybe some of you, this is the first time you heard about ecology. Ecology is a study of interaction between organisms and their environment. The organism could be fish, could be animal, could be human, could be everything, living organism with their environments. The environments that organism will do interactions could be biotic one and could be non-biotic one. Biotic one mean living organism also. If you're talking about fish, fish will do interaction with another fish. And for abiotic one, abiotic, later on I will explain more detail about abiotic one. Abiotic one, a non-living one, like sunlight, like current, like wave, yeah, and so on. If you're talking about biosphere, biosphere is a portion of the earth supporting life. We understand all our earth is not all part of our earth we can live. Like in the very dangerous desert, this desert, yeah, no one can like live there. And maybe in the we said atmosphere also nobody can live there. So biosphere is a portion of Earth supporting life. Again, when we are talking about biotic factors mean all organisms inhabiting in the environments. All. This is illustration. Could be another fish and another dolphin, maybe whales, yeah, and so on. Crabs, shrimp, and so on. So that is biotic factors. If you're talking a small or tiny organism, maybe you have heard, you know about phytoplankton, zooplankton, and so on. Later on, I will explain more detail about that. Biotics also, they have each organism adapt to its part of the biosphere. So that means every organism, living organism, they have a specific place to live. So that's why they will adapt their life for a certain place in a marine ecology, in the marine area. The next is abiotic factors. Abiotic factors mean non-living parts of the environments. Later on, I will give you more detailed illustration about non-living parts of the environment. The non-living parts of the environments can determine which species will survive. So some species can survive in this part and cannot survive in the other part. Of course, depend on the food availability, depend on the condition, depend on the temperature, salinity, and so on. I try to explain slowly to make you understand. Like, yeah, as I said before, like beats, temperature, light, current, and so on. Now we're talking about interaction between biotic and abiotic one. So, as I mentioned before, we are talking about living components. The living components could be fish, could be coral, could be seagrass, seaweed, and so on. They have a correlation or interaction with non-living parts. Because of this interaction, that's we call an ecosystem, system of ecology, system of ecology. If you're as an illustration, if you're talking about system of cars, you have engine in the car, you have gasoline in the car, you can tires and so on. Yeah. If you're talking about system in ecology, we have a biotic one and abiotic one. They have interaction both. That is about ecosystem. Now we move with abiotic component. Abiotic means non-living one, yeah? Non-living one. If you're talking about marines, the abiotic component of marines mainly consists of wave. Do you know wave? Wave very, very strong, yeah? Depend on the marine ecosystem. Some marine area could be very strong wave, another area medium wave, another area also very weak wave. Yeah. And also in the marine ecology, we have currents. Current will bring one mass of water from one place to another place. They're moving. During the moving from one place to another, this mass of the water will bring nutrients from one part to the other part. They also brings phytoplankton as a food for another fish from one area to the other. And also current also distribute temperature from one to the others and so on. So that's why if you're talking about currents, current is very important if you're talking about marines, yeah. And then you're talking about sunlight. Without sunlight, no one can live in the marine ecosystem because phytoplankton as a basic source of food of the marine ecosystem only can do photosynthesis because of the availability of the sunlight. If no sun, no plant or no phytoplanktons, no seagrass, no seaweed can do photosynthesis. If they cannot do photosynthesis, that means they cannot produce organic compound. No organic compound, no food for the others organism like fish and so on. Yeah. That is about abiotic components. Another abiotic component also temperatures. Like you in Japan, you have four seasons, right? You have a summer, fall, spring, and what's the other one's very cold season, yeah? Cold season. So the variation of temperature is very important also. But if you're talking about marine ecology and aquatic, like in Indonesia, we have not so big variation between summer and winter season, not like any other place. So that's why the weakness of ours in Indonesia, the bacteria and also everything, the they will have no time for stop reproduction and so on. In the fourth season area, during the winters, everything will stop for a while. So that's why if you're talking about diseases and so on, they will stop during the winter season because of the very low temperature. So that is the weakness and the benefit of the area, like temperate zone and aquatic skin, like in Indonesia and also in Japan. The next abiotic component consists of nutrient. Yeah. Have you heard about nutrients? If you're talking about marines, the important nutrients content in the marine ecology consists of phosphorus and then nitrogen and another parts of kalium maybe and so on. If you're interested on the nutrients and so on, we can talk about that. And then say, if you're talking about abiotic component, also consists of sand and stone. If you have a beach, because marine ecosystem also including beach there. If you have white sand means the sand comes from the coral reef ecosystem. If you have a black sand comes from the earth's through eruption of the mountains. So there are different sources of sand. If some area you see a lot of white sand, that means you will find a lot of coral reef ecosystem there. And also, if you have stone, depend of kind of stone. If you have a limestone, that means come from the coral. If you have a black stone, come from the what's it from the earth, yeah, from the stomach of the earth. What is the difference between beach consists of fine sand, coarse sand, and also stone? If you have a very fine sand that means very smooth sand. Smooth sand will contain a lot of nutrients there, contents of organic compound also there. That means in the fine sand is more living organism live there, including bacteria and so on. But because of the fine sand will less oxygen content because no space inside for the oxygen. And also organic compound in the fine sand need more oxygen for doing the decomposition process. So if you see coarse sands mean less organic compounds, but there are more oxygen content inside. Stone also, because one stone to the other, there are a lot of space inside. So that means very easy, organic compound washing out by the wave and current in the marine ecosystem. So, and the stone will be less nutrients inside, yeah, but high oxygen inside. Okay, I move now to the illustration of what I mentioned before. You maybe understand this is wave. Because of the mechanism of the wave mean a very high agitation. You know agitation? Agitation mean moving, what's it? Moving waters. because of high agitation, the surface of the water become very wide. This makes a lot of oxygen can do diffusion to the oceans. That's why because of the wave. So if you're talking about marines never low oxygen. Like if you're talking about freshwater ecosystem, the oxygen could be 4 ppm, could be 3 ppm. If the content of the waters less than 3 ppm, it's very dangerous for the fish because the fish receive not enough oxygen. But if you're talking of the marines, because of the high agitation by wave, so a lot of oxygen coming in from the earth. That is about wave. If you're about currents, you see current creating moving waters and so on. So because of the currents, they will mix. What's it mixing? Yeah. If one part high temperatures, the other part low temperature they will move and then they mix balance temperature condition. You can learn more about currents because current only we need to teach maybe 2 or 3 hours if you need to talk complexity of the currents. As I mentioned before, if you have sunlight is very important for the oceans. So living organism in the ocean like phytoplanktons, like seagrass, seaweed, and also coral can grow well because of the sunlight. The next, sand and stone, you can see in the beach area. The beach area could consist of sand, stone, fine sand, coarse sand, and so on. This is illustration about the nutrients. The closest area to the mainland area, the content of the nutrient become higher because more nitrogen, phosphorus come from the mainland area rather than from the marine itself. If you have estuarine ecology, if you have rivers ending in the certain part of the marine area, so the nutrient may be more than the others because they bring from the upstream area, the upland area to the marine ecosystem. Is it clear for you all? Is too fast for me to explain or too slow? What do you think? Keep going.
May I have question?
Yeah.
Just now, maybe 10 minutes ago, you explained to us about dynamic of microorganism in the tropical area, in Bali.
Tropical area,
yeah. So it's mean a little bit high risk. Do you think that if we are going to eat sashimi in this fish from Indonesia, or maybe still okay if we would like to eat sashimi, and the fish directly this fish is endemic in the summer. In tropical area. What do you think about this one?
Sashimi, you mean?
Yeah, to eat a raw material fish.
I think if you're talking about sashimi, depend on where the fish captured from. If the fish captured from the harbors, something like that, or close to the mouth of the rivers, maybe a bit risky, I think, because the mouth of the rivers, like in estuarine ecology, this is tend to be polluted. if you're talking about Indonesia, because we cannot control the quality waters of the rivers up of the higher part. If the fish captures in the ocean, I think this safe enough if you eat as a sashimi. Again, how can we know where the the fish they captures from? And also, if you're talking about last time, we are talking about what is it? Cockles, yeah. What is cockles? Like Mytilus viridis in Indonesian word kerang hijau, yeah.
Yes.
If they captures from the very clear area, it could be no problem. But last time, this Mytilus viridis is very dangerous because captures from Teluk Jakarta, yeah.
Okay.
Jakarta Harbor. So very risky because Jakarta Harbors contain high polluted area, not only organic pollution and also metal pollution.
So as long as the management post harvesting, maybe we can call this post harvesting, maybe we fishing, and then directly we give some special management for sashimi purposing. I think it could be safe, yeah.
Yeah, could be safe.
Thank you.
Again, it depend on if like if the fish captures in Maluku, maybe Papua, maybe no worry about that.
Okay, thank you very much.
And any other questions for student? Okay for you? Do you understand what I explained? Okay, I hope so. Yeah? Now we talking about the biotic components. This is important because later on we're talking more about biotic components. First, if we talking about a big group of the, I look for the chat first, yeah? Any question in the chats? No, okay. Okay, against, if you're talking about marine ecology, we create 4 big groups. First, we call it producers. Producers, yeah. Producers is a part of the living organism who can produce organic compound directly. They can produce organic compound directly through sunlight. Because of the sunlight, these producers can do photosynthesis and then they can grow bigger, and then creating organic compound. What are they? Producers consist of phytoplanktons, could be algae. Later on, we talk specific for the algae. And also we talk about seagrass. What is the difference between algae and seagrass? Algae means you cannot distinguish. You cannot distinguish which part of the leaf, which parts of the stem, which part of the root, because they look similar. If you're talking about seagrass, you can see this is the leaf, this is the stem, this is the root, this is the mean. But it's not depend on the size. Yeah. Algae could be big. Algae could be much bigger than seagrass, and the other part of the algae could be very tiny, smaller than seagrass. Yeah, not depend on the size. The next, we call it primary consumers. Primary consumer, they feed based on producers. They feed on producers. If no producers, the primary consumer, they have no food. They have no food. So like the primary consumer consists of zooplanktons, could be fish, could be turtle, could be whales, and so on. If you're talking about zooplankton, they consist of so many species. So many species. if you're talking about fish, also so many species. Like coral fish consists of more than 500 species, maybe 600 species. No, sorry, 600 or 6,000. I forgot about it. But mainly very high numbers of species. If you're talking about turtle, in the world we have only seven species of the turtles. Okay, that is primary consumer. The next we call it secondary consumers. Secondary consumer, they feed on primary consumer. If not enough primary consumer, the secondary consumer have not enough food. So that means secondary consumer like shark, yeah. Shark will eat on the fish, could be fish, could be eat on turtle, yeah. But shark cannot eat on the zooplankton because so tiny, so small for the shark. The next is the group in the marine ecosystem, we call it the decomposer. Decomposer consists of bacteria, polychaete, and also mollusks. All of this one, if die, they will digest or they will decompose by decomposer. So all of this is very important. If the marine ecology consists of producers, primary consumers, secondary consumer, and decomposer in the balanced numbers and the balanced portions, that means this ecology will running well. So that's why we need shark available in the marine ecosystem. Because of the shark will control the population of the fish. They will control of the population of the turtles. If no shark, no predators that control another fish and another turtle. So the numbers of the secondary consumer, primary consumer, producer, decomposer, and so on, we needs all of them balance in numbers, so they will create a very nice composition, and then the ecology of the marines will be running well. So now you understand why we have to keep sharp in the marine ecology, and also in the mainland and the forest, why we have to keep lion or another predators in the terrestrial ecology. Yeah? Now move on more detail about phytoplanktons. This is phytoplanktons. As I mentioned before, phytoplankton is very important because phytoplankton can do photosynthesis, so they're creating organic compound. So the phytoplankton, you can only look under the microscope, yeah? If you use bare eyes, you cannot see anything because only waters. If you look under microscope, you can see a lot of kind of phytoplanktons, different species. Okay, if you're talking about phytoplanktons, they live float, yeah, in the waters, floating, not in the surface of the water, just below in the surface of the waters, because they need sunlight, yeah, but not in the surface, directly in the surface, but a bit below in the surface. So these phytoplanktons will move depend on the current. They move, the movement of the phytoplankton depend on the currents. If the current move there, phytoplankton move there also. If the phytoplankton move on other side, so the phytoplankton also move there. So the currents very important to bring the numbers of the phytoplankton in from one part to the other part, because phytoplankton cannot moving alone by themselves. Another specification of the phytoplankton is the microscopic. That means very small. Yeah, you only can see under microscope. I guess they can do photosynthesis activities. In some area, phytoplankton could be bloom. Not every month, but a certain times the phytoplankton will blooms. Yeah, will blooms. Why they blooms depend of the availability of the nutrients. Could be in that time the availability of the nutrients high enough, the contents, and also the temperature is very nice for them to grow well and so on. Quite complex why the phytoplankton can blooms in a certain season. That is about phytoplanktons. Now we are talking about zooplankton. If you're talking about zooplanktons, this is the zooplanktons. In the close to the coastal waters, you will find a lot kind of cyclops. Yeah, this is we call it cyclops, dominated by cyclops. So this phytoplankton, zooplankton will prey on the phytoplankton. They will eat phytoplanktons. So where the phytoplankton is high, the numbers of zooplankton also high. Now, what I need to talk about, if the zooplankton, phytoplankton high contents, zooplankton will high also. When the zooplankton high, they feed a lot of phytoplanktons. And then the phytoplankton will decrease the numbers. When they decrease the numbers, and then the zooplankton not enough food, some die, and then phytoplankton will grow up again. This grow up again, and then this is go down, and this go down. And that's the population of phytoplankton and zooplankton will do like this. Increase, decrease, increase, decrease, and so on. Because depend of the availability of the predators by zooplankton, and also depend on the availability of the phytoplankton's content. And also, zooplankton are very important as a small fish food. Yeah, sorry, this is less D here. As a small fish food. So that's why if you have a juvenile of the fish, they feed on the zooplankton. Some juvenile fish also feed on the phytoplanktons. Like juvenile of the shrimp, they feed on the zooplankton. No, first, still very tiny states, they feed on the phytoplanktons. When the state of the shrimp higher, so they feed on the zooplankton. More detail about shrimp, if from the eggs of the shrimp, yeah, the egg hatching become we call it nauplius. Nauplius, they have 6 states. Nauplius 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. After nucleus 6, they become Zoya, Zoya 1, 2, 3. And then after Zoya 3, they become Mesis, Mesis 1, 2, 3. After Mesis 3, they become post-larva 1. Post-larva 1, the body of the post-larva 1 of the shrimp complete already, like mature fish, mature shrimp. Why they change the state? Because they change the skin, yeah, of the larvae of the shrimp. Also, that's about shrimp. If you're interested of the shrimp, we can talk about shrimp. So that's why some fish, they have juvenile of the fish, they have states. Every state they have a different kind of food. Could be phytoplankton, could be zooplankton. Again, zooplankton also, they live depend on the currents. They have no strong enough to against the current. If the current move there, so the phytoplankton cannot against the current, so they follow the currents while the current move. So that's why this phytoplankton and zooplankton will move to one part to the others, depend on the currents. You know, if you're talking about beach in the marine ecology, the current depend on the what's it, high tide and low tide. Yeah? High tides mean the current goes to the beach. Low tides means the current move from the beach to the other place. And then in the beach also there are longshore currents. Longshore currents. So yeah, like figures before, the type of the currents and the marine ecology, the lot kind of moving current. Okay, that's about zooplankton. This is the real pictures of the zooplankton. This is the phytoplankton. Each species, they have a specific name and then specific form. And then some species, they have a kind of, this is individual phytoplankton, but this one, they attach one to the others. But the phytoplankton is one cell itself. But sometimes they have a connection with the other cell. One cell is one individual phytoplankton. For the fish of the shrimp, the scientists choose this kind of phytoplankton because when the larvae can capture the phytoplankton, they will receive enough food compared with this one individual phytoplankton. So the juvenile of the shrimp, the fish will be difficult to find phytoplankton. So that is about phytoplanktons. And this one is zooplankton. This is an example of the nucleus. Nucleus, yeah. This is kind of nucleus. This is also some larvae of the another fish. This is shrimp and so on. Because so many species, we sometimes it's very difficult to remember what the name of those species. Yeah. The more detail you can look on this website. Yeah. I took these figures from this website. This is the other kind of the phytoplanktons. This we call as ceratium and Navicula. This is Poronid and so on. They have a specific form. If you look with bare eyes, you cannot see the detail like this. But if you look in the very strong microscope, you will see the detail of the phytoplanktons. Have you heard about phenomena of the red tide? Sometimes, as I said before, in the marine ecosystem could be blooms of the plankton. The blooming like this, the colors of the waters and the marine ecosystem will change like this. The currents changing it. It should be blue like this, but suddenly they change like this because a lot of phytoplanktons blooms. If the kind of the phytoplankton consists of Carenia brevis, they will look red. If you check closer of the Carenia brevis, they will look like this. This Carenia brevis, when the Carenia brevis feed by fish, eat by fish, the fish will die because this Carenia brevis consists of poison. So that's why sometimes you see a lot of dead fish in the coastal waters. So many fish die. One of the because of the Carenia brevis, this one.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
How about if the human eat this fish? This fish dead because of the red tide. What is it?
I never heard that human eating on this one. I'm afraid human also will get poison from the Carenia brevis. Yeah.
Because we can find the body of fish and then we bring to the house and cook. What do you? This is I'm worried.
I never heard. No. The problem is like this. If the die fish only one or two, and then the fish dies still very fresh, so maybe people will take it and then the cook it. Maybe, yeah, maybe. But you can imagine now if the red tide bloomings happen. There's so huge fish dying in the beach. You look only so some smelly and so another ones. Maybe you will not interest to take and eat it. I think so. That's why if this red tide happens, no one eating on this one. I have no more information about that. And also another things, if we can take out stomach of the fish, maybe some, if the content of the poison in the fish still low, maybe we can still no problem for eating it, as long as it's still very fresh, and then we take out the stomach of the fish. But I've never heard that when a lot of fish that die in the coastal and then so people coming in and then eating on those ones.
Thank you.
Yeah. Because so many fish and some are smelly already. Because we don't know when if the fish already dead in the midnight, so we find the day after and so on, could be not so fresh enough. So now we already talking about producers, we're talking about primer consumer, we're talking about secondary consumer, we're talking about decomposer. This is the concept of the ecosystem. This is important you understand about the relationship between those biotic components. Later on, if you're talking about seagrass, about seaweed, about coral reef, you will know what is the relationship inside, yeah? So again, producers will do or provide food for the others consumer, primal consumer by receiving sunlight, yeah? They do photosynthesis, they're creating more phytoplanktons, more species, more numbers also, and also will be provide more food for the primal consumer. So when the numbers of the zooplanktons a lot, and then they will provide more food for the secondary consumer, for the fish. That's why the more fish in the ocean depend on the more producers or the more phytoplankton available. When the phytoplankton blooms enough, but safe for zooplankton, the numbers of zooplankton will increase, and then the increasing zooplankton will give more food for the fish, so the fish will grow well, and then if they have a lot of juvenile, the juvenile will receive a lot of food also. So from the blooming high numbers of phytoplankton, the zooplankton, they have a time lag. We call it time lag because when the zooplankton, the phytoplankton increase, they need time to increase numbers of zooplanktons. When zooplankton availability increase, they need a time for the increasing numbers of fish and so on. That's, we call it time lag. Not suddenly. Not suddenly. I mean, suddenly phytoplankton high, and then suddenly zooplankton high, and then the number of fish increase suddenly. No, they need time to do. There is a process. So when a producers, the consumer, primer, secondary consumers die, so this the task of the decomposer for doing everything. For the other part, the decomposer also feed by another fish. We call it demersal fish. We call it demersal fish. Demersal fish means fish that live in the bottom. They live in the bottom and also they feed on the bottom. So the decomposer also a source of food by the demersal fish. You can look in the website what kind of the demersal fish. If the fish are living in the water column, we call it pelagic fish. We call moving in the water columns. If they moving in the close to the bottom, we call it demersal fish. Okay, now another grouping of the biotic organism. The previous grouping is very big group like phytoplankton, zooplanktons, and then primary, producers, primary consumer, secondary consumer, and decomposer. But now another grouping. The first, we call it phytoplanktons. I leave about this, I already explained. And then the next about zooplankton, already I explained. This one depend on the currents. Yeah? If the current move there, they move there, and then another time, the current move the opposite side like that. The current, the phytoplankton, zooplankton also moving there. The next we call it nekton. Nectons mean a group of biotic components. They can against the current. They don't follow the currents. If they don't like it moving according to the currents, they don't move. They will not move there. If the current move there, the necton could be moved another side. So the kind of the necton could be fish, yeah, shrimp, could be crab and so on. Another living component, they not follow where the currents go, so they can against the current. Mostly the nectons can swim fast and have a strong energy to against the currents. The next group, the marine ecology, we call it benthos. Yeah. Benthos mean living organism who live in the bottom. They live in the bottom. Mostly consist of the snails, consists of the what is it? Worm, yeah, worm. That is a benthos. The next is about mammals. This is the mammals. Mammals because of they will they have a breast to feed for the baby. Yeah? Mammals. And the next group we call it reptiles. Reptiles in the marine ecology consist of sea snake. If you have a question about what the difference between sea snake and anguilla fish, because it looks similar, yeah, like a snake also. If the snake, they have no fin. If the anguilla, they have fins. Another difference is if the snake, they regular moving to the surface of the water to take air because they cannot take the oxygen from the waters. But anguilla look like snake also. They will move, but they don't move to the surface of the water to take oxygen because they have what you call it? In Indonesia, we call it insang. I forgot the English name. And also we have aphes. Yeah? In marine ecology, we have aphes. Aphes mean a lot of kind of the bird. This bird also very important to control the numbers of the fish in the ocean in the marine ecology. If not, the number of fish will increase. No control. So if you're talking about ecology between a prey and the predators, they have a good connection. If the prey not so many, the predator will die. Some they have not enough food and then will die. When the numbers of predators decrease, of some die, and then the population of the prey will be increased. This increase, this is a lot of food, this is increase again. So they create a balancing. Hello, students. Do you understand what I explained? Clear enough for you?
Yes, sir.
Indonesian student, do you understand what I explained? Are you sleeping? No? Okay, now move on the nectar, yeah. This is the nectar. As I said before, the organism are able to move freely against the currents. So they can move another side wherever they like to go. Of course, they will find food, yeah. They try to find a good environment, good temperatures, a good sedimentation, and so on. So nectars, for example, consists of the fish, shrimp, jellyfish, squid, and so on. This is figures of the squid. The shrimp could be some, they are colorful. This is the figures of the fish. You will find a lot kind of fish. If later on we're talking about coral reef, you will see very, very nice color of the fish. If you're talking about whales and then shark and so on, not so colorful. So that is nectar. The next, we are talking about food chains and pyramids ecology. As I mentioned before, if you have phytoplanktons, the numbers of phytoplankton will be good food for the zooplankton. When the numbers of zooplankton are lot enough, they will provide good food for the fish. And also phytoplankton can be eaten not only by zooplankton, can be eaten by krill like this. This krill also can feed by fish, and then they will eat by blue whales. The fish also can be eaten by seagull. All of this can be eaten by leopard seal. Penguin also can be eaten by leopard eels. And then all of this can be eaten by killer whales. Like seaweed, yeah, seaweed is good food for the crabs, and the crabs will be eaten by squid. Squid provide another kind. So, if you're talking about marine ecology, you have to learn about what kind of species inside, and then you learn the behavior of each species, what they feed on. So after you understand the numbers of species there, and then you understand the behavior of each species, you can grow like this, the connection between one part and the other part. So if something happened with this marine ecology, you will understand what the implication if leopard seal decrease, what the implication if the killer will decrease because of something, the killer will disappear. So that means no one eat on the leopard seal. And also the leopard seal could be increase the numbers. If one or two species increase very high, they will mix the ecosystem not balanced. That is not good. The more number of species in the ocean, in the marine ecology, the better the ecology itself. If the less the numbers, it is very risky, very risky. Less numbers. Okay, that's the illustration of the food chains. This we call it food chains. The next we are talking about pyramids ecology. Pyramid ecology means this is from primary producers. This is first order consumers, this one. This is intermediate producers. And this is the top predators. Why are they creating like this? Because the transfer energy from one part to the others only 10%. You know, if you have 1,000 pounds of primary producers, only can produce 100 pounds only. 100 will produce 10 pounds, plus 10 pounds will produce 1. So for 1 pound of the top predators, you need 1,000 of primary producers. That's why the healthy marine ecology will consist a lot of primary producers to support the top predators here. If the primary predators not enough, so the top predators will not enough food for them. Okay, now you will understand the numbers of the primary producer, consumer, intermediate predators, and top predators. They have different numbers to make the marine ecology balance. Now we move to the specific ecosystem in the marine ecology. The parts of marine ecology we later on talk about is about seagrass. This is a seagrass. Kemudian the second, and then the second we talk about seaweed. And then the third we talking about coral reefing. So we're talking about seagrass, seaweed, and coral. Now I need to move to the how to click this one. It should be okay. I cannot click this one. I have to stop this one first, and then I will open the next slide about seagrass. Hang on.
Hello, Professor Artana.
Yeah.
You can check the you can change the cursor, becoming arrow, not point, not laser point. Then I think you
arrow.
can, yeah, arrow. Your cursor.
Arrow.
Pen
Not arrow here.
Maybe.
Arrow option.
Yeah. That.
Arrow option.
Yeah. Automatic maybe.
Automatic. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, now move on to the seagrass. Okay, this is a seagrass ecosystem, yeah.
Mhm.
For the readings, if you need to read about more about seagrass, you can find an ebook of seagrass ecology. So this is the illustration of the seagrass, yeah?
The loading maybe. We cannot see.
No. For the books, no, I'm not. Sorry, can you see this one? Seagrass ecosystem.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, seagrass is very interesting. The president of World Seagrass, come from Murdoch University, Western Australia. Yeah. Last time, Murdoch, the president of Seagrass, come to Udayana University, join with us, like join with Dr. Hendrawan, and then doing research of seagrass surrounding Bali. This is seagrass. If you're talking about Bali, Bali consists of 7 species of seagrass only, 7. If you're talking of the Indonesia seagrass consists of 12 species, much less than the coral reef species. Okay, move on to the seagrass. This is the short videos. If you cannot hear the voice, could be a problem in the beginning. But in the beginning, I already clicked the voice.
Yeah, we can hear.
Can you hear the voice?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we cannot see the slide.
Yeah.
You cannot see the slide.
Yeah.
Yes, Professor.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe
Okay. Cannot see the slide. Yeah.
Yeah. And then okay.
Okay, let's move.
Okay, we can see that.
okay.
Can you
sound-
see the slide?
Yes.
Yes,
And
yes.
sound?
Yeah. Sound also.
Okay. Okay, I hope you can imagine now what a seagrass look like, yeah. And then what you're the next talking about. That's about seagrass. As I mentioned before, that seagrass have, hang on, okay. Yes, seagrass are highly specialist marine flowering plant that adapt to the soft sediment of the shallow, well-lit coastal waters. No, I try to find the code source. Sorry. Again, if you're talking of the seagrass, only seagrass can do flowering plants, can flowering plant in the marine ecology. That's why this seagrass can create a fruit, yeah. Like this kind of seagrass in island, Thousand Island in Jakarta. One kind of seagrass, we call it Halopila, Enhalus acoroides. They have a fruits, hairy fruit, quite big enough, the fruits. Inside the fruit, they have a seed, white seed. This white seeds, for the local people in the Thousand Islands, they take out the seed and then they dry up under the sunlight and then keep longer. When they need to eat this seed, they boil it like rice and then they eat like eating rice. So again, seagrass also providing a good food, yeah, for the people who live in the small islands, like in Thousand Island in Jakarta, like in Pari Islands, Bidadari Islands, and so on.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Any rule in the fisheries ministry in Indonesia if we are going to introduce such kind of the grass that it is available in what is it, Thousand Island? We are going to introduce to the other island in Bali or in Papua, something like that. It is
A certain permission or what?
yeah, certain
Introduce.
permission. Oh, we just pick up this one from Thousand Island, and then we sit in Bali or in Lembongan. Any kind of rule, or it's free? I mean, it's depend on.
Oh, you need to do replantation of the
Yeah,
seagrass, you mean?
replantation, something like that. Yeah.
Oh, so far, not so easy of doing replantation of seagrass.
Okay.
Last time, a big project in Lombok Islands to creating, to improving the numbers of seagrass in Gili Island, something like that, by some NGOs, when they try to grow like this. And then strong current come, and then wave come, disappear all. Why? Because the nature seagrass, they have a connection one seagrass to the others. They have a root below the sediments, and then they start grow like this, and they start grow. Though they have a a strong root first before growing. So that's why until this time, people still try to how to can replanting seagrass in the bare coastal area.
So okay.
Another thing still need a lot of information about, because not so many seagrass suitable for its habitat ecosystem. You have to look like salinity, pH, and another things. So, and also we need to know the story of those area, whether before already grew some kind of seagrass. Because last time people tried to moving one seagrass to the others because of the different atmosphere, because of different habitat and different condition, the seagrass cannot grow.
So I can conclude.
It's look because the seagrass depend all only from the nature's condition, yeah.
So I
Nature
conclude
condition.
that in Indonesia there is no very strict rule, yeah, in the Ministry of Fisheries, that if you're going to introduce something from Java to Bali or vice versa, Bali to Java, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I think
coastal
so.
area, yeah.
Not yet. Strange.
Okay.
Like last time, if you're talking about coral reef garden in Nusa Dua, I think the Marine Affairs Ministry, yeah, Pak Luhut, they never declare about the rule of the where we bring the coral from Maluku to Bali, we need to procedures like this. No, they never talking about it. As long as still in Indonesia, the not so tight control about it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But again, this is a challenge. If Japan last time through JICA can replanting mangrove in Suwon area, yeah, very nice now. The composition is not only Sonracia and another species, but a lot of species now. But we need to replanting again about seagrass, but not yet do that because government still focus on mangrove and coral reef, not seagrass. It's good for you in the future. Okay, that is some information about seagrass. Very interesting. If the student interested on seagrass, you will leading on the seagrass knowledge. Yeah. Why I talk about that? Because last times people try to find chemical compound from the terrestrial plant become medicine, yeah. Become if you have something happen with your body, you need to eat what medicine, not drugs. I confuse about drugs and medicine. But now some people try to find chemical compound on the seagrass, whether a certain seagrass have a specific compound that is very good for the people health. That's some scientists try to find those things. Okay, the next seagrass blade are support by the natural biosync of waters, remaining flexible when exposed to water currents. What does it mean? This means that the seagrass have blades, have a leaf, so they will very flexible on the waters. Because of this flexibility of the seagrass blades of seagrass leaf, so this means the energy current in the coastal water become decrease because of this leaf, because they reduced by the blade of the seagrass. When the current in the coastal waters decrease, so this is a good chance for the sedimentation will settle down in the seagrass area. That's why the seagrass area consists about sand and mud. Because of the seagrass, they will settle down the mud and find sand in the seagrass area. the settle down of the seagrass and the mud and the fine sand. This is very good as a source of nutrients by the seagrass itself, because seagrass need nutrients like nitrate, phosphate, and so on. Because of the seagrass, they reduce the energy of the currents. So the water columns in the marine ecology close to the seagrass ecosystem will be clear because the sediment settle down. When the condition clear, closer to the seagrass ecosystem, the coral will grow well because the coral need clean water, clear water. If the water is so turbid, so the coral cannot grow well because the sedimentation can kill the corals, and then the turbid water also can reduce the sunlight coming in, so the coral cannot, the zooxanthella and the coral cannot do photosynthesis to give a food for the coral itself. Later on, we talk about it. But that's what I need to say, that the correlation between seagrass and coral reef is very strong. Because of the seagrass, they will create a good atmosphere, good conditions to make turbid water become clear water. That's why in the beginning I explained that replanting of seagrass is very important, because last time people, they don't understand the importance of the availability of the seagrass. So some people, they take out the seagrass like this because they feel this is seagrass annoying. Yeah. For example, in Bali also, in front of Sanur area, in some area, the seagrass, some what's it? Sea cucumber, sea urchin, and the seagrass, they take out because the sea urchin dangerous for the tourists. If the tourists injured by the sea urchin, so the tourists will complain to the hotel, and then they will avoid to pay the room and everything. Okay, that's illustration about seagrass will mix the currents slow down. Seagrass have extensive roof. They create a root, and then they have connection one root to the others, and then it can grow like this. This one, we call it the creating a bigger colony. The creating colony here, and then making a bigger colony. Through this is extended root. But through the fruit itself, this seagrass will bring the fruit somewhere else, and then start growing in the other part. So the distribution of seagrass depend of two types. First, by vegetative growing, by increasing the colony, and then through the fruit, they're creating a new colony in the other area. Of course, it takes time, and then takes a good condition. So the seagrass have a specific route to extract nutrient and mineral from the sediment. Yeah. So sometimes if the habitat, the sediment in the marine ecology not so fine enough, like horse, so big size. So the seagrass will grow not so good. Not so good growing, yeah. So they need fine sand, and then they need a lot of mud also, and also they need more organic components inside that consist of minerals in the sediment. If so, the seagrass will grow well. So seagrass also manufactures their own food through photosynthesis process because they have a chloroplast in their leaf. That means mostly all of the seagrass colors is green because they have a chloroplast. Chloroplast will creating the green color for the seagrass. So this chloroplast very important for the seagrass for doing photosynthesis. In the seagrass, they have a separate sex of the flowers here. You can find the male flowers and female flowers. In certain areas, the male flowers will produce, what should we call it? Difficult to explain, but at least you understand now. The male current they produce like sperm, that and then move to the female flowers. Like in Sanur area, last time I discovered last time during May in the low tide, a lot of white color in the water. What is the white color? White colors consist of very small find the white one. This is from the male of the seagrass. They will find that the female flowers become doing that pollination. That is about seagrass. This is one kind of seagrass. We call it Halophila ovalis. Halophila ovalis is the tiniest one of the seagrass. This is very small. The leaf is like this, very tiny. The leaf of it in outlines. The root get up to 800 millimeters, so 80 centimeters long. Yeah, it could be long, depend on the condition, because they created a root to get more nutrients in the seabed area. So this plant occur in the seabed and other saltwater environment. And also the frequency in the reef, yeah, and also estuaries, islands. But again, because of the very small leaf, so this seagrass a bit risky for the turbid water. If this Halophila ovalis grow in the bottom because of the small leaf, so when the turbid water, so this Halophila cannot do photosynthesis because sunlight cannot get through down. Compare with Enhalus. Enhalus very have long leaf, up to 1 meters long, So when the turbid one in the top leaf of the seagrass still can do photosynthesis. So as I mentioned before, different habitats only suitable for a certain species of seagrass. And some seagrass can grow dominance on the one species, single species, but the others seagrass can only grow together with the other species. Not all seagrass can grow single species. Okay, this is this seagrass is very good food for the what you call it? Dolphin? Dolphin? No, dolphin.
Dugong, yeah, I think.
Dugong. Okay, dugong. Yes, dugong. Dugong very very much feeding on the Halopila opalis. Dugong. The biology of seagrass is the only one flowers plant, angiospermae, in the seawaters. Only one. As I mentioned before, they have a rhizome. They have a rhizome, leaf, and root. So rhizome means each segment of the root, they have a rhizome. This rhizome will become a new individual seagrass. And of course, after they grow as a seagrass, and then they have a leaf, and then a root. That's why seagrass is a real plant, because you can distinguish which one is leaf, which one is root, which one is stem. But later, when we are talking about seaweed, you cannot distinguish. They look similar. You cannot distinguish which one is stem, which one is root. All look like a leaf. Okay, that is about seagrass. They're living on colony, like they creating like this one. They are creating a colony, one to the others. The connection. The good thing of the seagrass is they creating the root crossing. What crossing mean? One seagrass with the other seagrass with connection another side, and the other one the other side, the other one the other side, the other one the other side, so and so on. So they creating a very stable sediments in the coastal waters, because the root system they crossing the others. So they keep very stable. So we have to thanks to the seagrass, because seagrass can reduce the abrasion and erosion process in the coastal waters. If not, we have to prepare a lot of money because of the sediments transport to one place to the others because of the currents. So we need to do a lot of development to keep the coastal stable. So that is about seagrass. Now this is the other kind of seagrass, as we call it Cimodosis cerulata. You can distinguish from the shape of this one, the shape of the leaf here. But as I mentioned before, if you go to Bali, we have only 7 species. It's very easy to distinguish this is each species. If we learn, maybe try to learn on the till maybe 1 hour, later on it will be very easy to distinguish which one is Cimodosis cerulata, which one is Halopila ovalis, which one is Enhalus aphoridus, and so on. This is Cimodesi rotundata, different part. You can see this is different with this one. This is rotundata, this is cerulata. from a glance, you can see the difference. This cellulata, they distribute, widespread in the Indo-West Pacific, usually dominant in the muddy reef top. The muddy reef top. So that means they grow in the mud area close to the reef. Close to the reef. In the reef, it grow mixed with the other seagrass commonly found in the such ecosystem. So, if we look at this seagrass, because of the seagrass very dense, so this seagrass is very good place for the fish to put their eggs in the seagrass. So that's why the seagrass ecosystem is very good in the certain season as a place to find a food for the juvenile of the fish. If next time you have a chance to do snorkeling in the seagrass ecosystem, you will find a lot of tiny fish moving all together, like a big group. Last time I saw like this, those things. A lot of a group of the small fish, they are moving around and then feeding on the leaf of the seagrass. Very nice view underwater, especially during the low tide. Low tide, because of low tide, this is less wave and the less current in that time. So the tiny the fish, a group of juvenile fish, they moving one another sentence. Again, the seagrass is very good place to hide themselves by juvenile fish to avoid themselves from the predators. If not, this juvenile is very easy to capture by predator, and then they hide themselves in between the leaf of the seagrass. And also they find the food in the leaf of the seagrass. They not feed on the seagrass itself, but they feed on the epiphyte organism that stay in the leaf of the seagrass. They're eating on those things. The Simodosis cellulata quickly grow over the Halophila bed. I mentioned before Halophila as part of natural succession. So that means after Halophila first and then start Simodosis cellulata. This is very common, like in terrestrial ecosystem. If you see bare lands in the terrestrial ecosystem, bare lands, nothing. And then in the beginning of the succession, we start by the tiny plant first, small ones, small. Another ones when the organic compound enough and then water content enough, and then start growing the bigger ones. After the bigger ones, and then the ecosystem okay, and they start growing a grass here, grass. We'll start grass, and then later on we'll start with a shrub. When the shrub already grow well, and then start by plant, bigger plants. So that is a process. I think in the coastal waters also the same. Start by the tiny one, Halophila, and then later on changing by Simodose, Cirulata, and then the next become changing by what's it? As I mentioned before, bigger one. I forgot about it. That's when I will find it. Okay, this is Simodosis circulata. This is the illustration of Okinawa, Japan. You have a lot of seagrass. Dugong inhabited several seagrass meadow in the northeastern coast of Okinawa Island. I never been there, so I just read from the. Maybe you know more than me. In Okinawa, Japan, seagrass on which a dugong feed is called jangusai. Jangusa means dugong feed on the seagrass. As mentioned here, the Okinawa consists of 160 islands. 160 islands, Okinawa. Compared with Indonesia, consists of 17,000 islands, more than so many. And then you have 16 seagrass species. 16 compared with Indonesia, only 12. 1, 2 seagrass, 12. You have 16, so you have 4 species more than Indonesia. But maybe some species similar, but another species, I think, much different with what Indonesia have, with Okinawa seagrass have. So the tropical species are restricted to the southwestern island. That means maybe the temperatures much a bit higher rather than north part of Japan. So the seagrass also they distribute depend on the temperature. This is the seagrass in temperate meadow, consists of Zostera marina. Zostera marina, I'm afraid Indonesia, we don't have Zostera marina. Have declined since 1960. So the coastal area of Japan in 1978 and 1991 lost about 4% of the seagrass. You have a good data for the losing seagrass ecosystem, but so far we don't have a good data for Indonesia because still less study on the seagrass ecosystem. Much different with if we compare with the mangrove and the coral, because if you research on the coral, they create good money, good relationship with others. But if you're talking about seagrass, still not so many scientists interested on research in seagrass. But recently I heard Dr. Karang already research on the seagrass. They're doing using drone, try to distinguish one species to the others.
Yes.
Yeah, combining with remote sensing. Can you explain a bit about your research on seagrass?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Tanak. Actually, I will explain later, but maybe briefly. Yeah, we can distinguish the type of the seagrass species using drone, because drone has high resolution in centimeter spatial resolution. So according to the explanation by type of the leaves, type of the density, and something else, we can do the classification, which part consists of the species A, species B, C, and D, and something like that. And also depend on the substrate also, and clear of the water, yeah, to see the depth, and also the turbid of the water, quality of the water. I think that's big explanation.
Yeah, I think the big challenge for you for the seagrass, by using remote sensing, maybe next time you will be answered by the remote sensing and and drone system. why this kind of seagrass only grow in this area? Why not in that area? Maybe because of the water quality, because of the bottom contents or sediment contents, or another else. If you can answer those one, this is very new information. Because no one concerned about why why this species only available here, not available that one, and then so on and so on.
Excuse me,
Silakan.
Professor Wayan. Excuse
Yeah.
me. I think time is over for we have a race.
Oh,
We have a
is it?
race. I think 11.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I wrong.
Yeah.
I
So
have a
we
note
have a race.
until 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
So
we have a
until
race.
11 o'clock, my time still 10 o'clock. So still an hour to go.
We have a rest 20 minutes. So we are going to start about 11:22 or 23, sorry. 11:20
Okay.
start.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
After this, I will speed up to explanation to finish.
Okay, I would like to share information. Can you, hello, Professor Artana? I think
Yes.
you can start.
Can I start?
Yes.
Can you see on the screen already?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. We will continue. Sorry for my mistake because I thought we will finish at 11 local time Bali in the first session this morning. Okay. Okay, this is a real picture of the Halophila sp. I took by myself. Okay, I think this is already explained that seagrass grow in the coastal waters. The function similar with the grass in the terrestrial ecosystem. Yeah, if the grass in the terrestrial ecosystem, they keep the lands from the erosion because the grass have a good function of those things. And then in the marine ecology, the seagrass root system that stabilize the surface of the crosses the coast. Again, I mentioned before, they have a crosses. This is the real picture of the Simodosis rotundata. We found it in south part of Bali. In the worldwide, there are 55 species of the seagrass. As I mentioned before, 12 species in Indonesia, only 7 species in Bali. In Indonesia, consists of 2 families. First, Hydrocaritaceae, and another genus is Potamogetonaceae. This is consists of 3 species. This is consists of 4 species. No, 4 genus. 3 genus and 4 genus. This is Simodosae circulata. You can see the difference, this one. By looking this one, it's very easy to know this is Simodosae circulata. Ecosystem seagrass, they have a strong correlation with seaweed. Yeah? Sometimes in part of seagrass area, you will find seaweed also. In some area, in certain part of the coral, you will find seagrass, you will find seaweed as well. This is how to measure seagrass. You try to create a transect, we call it transect, half meters times half meters, and then you divide by 9 quadrats. Why we divide? Because very difficult to counting how many seagrass in this quadrat, how many and what kinds, and so on. The kind we need to identify what kind of species. This is the numbers of species in Indonesia. First is Cimodocea rotundata, cerulata, 2 species. They grow in the intertidal area. Intertidal means the waters already available waters. Even condition is very in the low tide. In the low tide, still enough waters. That means intertidal. If in the low tide no waters, they mean subtidal. This is Aquarides, Anhalus aquarides. They're growing up the muddy substrate and turbid waters. Why turbid waters? Because Anhalus have very long leaf, up to 1 meter long. This is Halophila, the small, the tiny leaf, consists of 4 species: Halophila pinifolia, Decipiens, Minos, and Ophalis. In Halodule, we have 2 species, Uninervis and Spinulosa. And also we have Syringodium isoetifolium. It's very easy to distinguish with others. If you take one Syringodium and then you break down, this is a hole inside. Like bamboo, yeah. They are hole inside. And then the next species is Thalassia hembrici. And also the last species is Thalassiodendron cineatum. You can read later on about this seagrass. If you're talking about seagrass in Bali, this is a distribute in southeast of Bali, like in Sanur, Nusa Dua, Geger, Sawangan, Nusa Penida, and Nusa Lembongan. In Indonesia language, you can find a lot of journal in Garuda Ristek Dikti, but in Bahasa, I think even in Bahasa you can translate in Japanese, yeah, through Google. In Sawangan, we find Syringodium, Thalassia, Halodule, Thalassiodendron, and Halophila opalis. That is about seagrass. This is Halodule pinifolia. This up to 20 centimeters long, yeah. 20 centimeters. Not as long as Halophila, no. And Halus aquarides. This is some seagrass can create a single community. Do you know what single community? Single community means only one species, all the area. Only one. You can see this. This is a turtle above of the seagrass area. Some species can create single community like Thalassia hembrici and Halus aquarides, Halophila opalis, Cimodocea cerulata, Thalassiodendron, and so on. They can create productivity rings about 900 to 4,000 more gram carbon per meter square per year. This is Syringodium isoetifolium. As I mentioned before, it's very easy. If you take one and then you break out, this is hole inside. This is also, they can create a single community. Yeah? Only Syringodium there. No others join together. As I mentioned before, this is Anhalus aquarides. They have very long leaf. Because of the long leaf, this means this Anhalus can grow in the turbid waters. because even turbid in the top of the Enhalus still receive enough sunlight. I think I already mentioned before that distribution of the seagrass in Bali in Sanurbit, Serangan, Geger, Sawangan, Nusa Penida, Nusa Lembongan. Last time some students from Japan went to Lembongan, and the Lembongan at the time a lot of seagrass because local people need to grow seaweed, culturing seaweed. They take out the seagrass because they thought the seagrass will annoying the seaweed culture, because seagrass will attract more fish coming in, and then the fish will feed for the seaweed. That's why they take out. Later on, they understand now. Some farmers convinced that whether seagrass still there, and then the production of the seaweed still good. So that means now they try to keep the seagrass and seaweed living together. But too late. Some area already disappear the seagrass. This is need long work to creating back the seagrass grow in the Lembongan Island. As I mentioned before, seagrass reproduction, they have male and female flowers. So they're able to perform pollination in waters. We call it hydrophilous pollination. Only can do by the seagrass, not others plant, because no other plant also in the marine ecology. As I mentioned before, in Thousand Island in Jakarta, the fruit of the Enhalus aphoridus, they call, in the local name, they call it samo. This is the fruit, hairy fruit. If you open the hairy fruit, they sit inside like this. They sit, they dry up under the sunlight, and then whenever they need to eat, they boil it and then they create a rice. This is male flowers. Male flowers create a white color like this. And then some season, this white color will floating and then try to find the female flowers to do pollination. I mentioned before, this is fruit, the hairy. They have a hairy. Like in Indonesia, sometimes we confuse when we find this one in the coastal waters. We thought this is a rambutan, but it look like rambutan. But the hair of the fruit is much shorter than rambutan. How about the limitation of seagrass grow? They cannot grow in a very deep waters. One, because of the not enough sunlight. The others, maybe not enough organic compound. The next is the temperature is too low. They need high, what's it? In Great Barrier Reef, the deepest seagrass can grow at 58 meters. But in Indonesia, no. In Sanur, like Sanur's, not more than 3 meters. Yeah? Seagrass. Worldwide, the seagrass distribution in Indo-West Pacific, Caribbean, and also if we compare between Indo-West Pacific and Caribbeans, the Indo-West Pacific is much richer, yeah, Why? Because the coastal waters in Indo-West Pacific is shallower compared with Caribbean. Because again, they need the shallow waters to receive enough nutrients, enough sunlight, and also seagrass also need higher temperature. This is highlight of the seagrass distribution depend on the first brightness to get enough sunlight. The clearer the water, the better for the seagrass grow. The next temperatures, as long as not so more than 40 degrees, something like that. The higher temperatures, the better for the seagrass because higher temperature will create a faster metabolism system in the body of the seagrass. Depend on the substrate also. The substrate they need mud and also they need enough nutrients. They need fine sand, not coarse sand. They need also speed flow of the circulation of the waters. Yeah? If the water too stagnant, too very stay stagnant, you mean settle down. So that means maybe so many sedimentation. If the flow water is enough, not so strong, not so slow also, so that's very good for circulations. Like you stay in the room with enough speed of the air inside, go out and so on. Very nice for living. The same as seagrass also. How about the brightness? They need clear shallow waters, 2 to 12 meters. So maybe more than 12 meters, the temperature is very low and also the brightness and sunlight not good enough for the seagrass to grow. The optimum growth of the seagrass is 10 meters. If the sedimentation too high, so they will disturb the growth of the seagrass. Is not good for the seagrass because sedimentation will cover the leaf of the seagrass and then seagrass cannot do photosynthesis and then the seagrass will die. About the temperatures, the optimum temperatures of the seagrass will grow at 28 to 30 degrees. But this is different with Okinawa. Maybe Okinawa you cannot find 28 to 30, I think. Maybe lower than this. We are talking about Indonesian seagrass. Salinity. The optimum salinity is 35, not more than that. If the decreased salinity, also the decreased availability of photosynthesis. That means if a lot of fresh water coming in to the coastal waters, so the seagrass cannot do optimum photosynthesis activity. The tolerant salinity between 10 to 40 promille or ppt. But against different kind of seagrass, they have different salinity tolerance. That means there's still a lot of research needs to do. As I mentioned before, we need to answer the question why the seagrass only available, this kind of species only available in this area, not in the other area, whether they have a river there, they have a sedimentation there, or others. Substrates. Almost all type of substrate can be covered with seagrass, such as muddy and rocky. But the more sand, the more fine sand and mud, they can grow well. They need sediment with 40% fine sand, fine silt and mud, 40%. If less than that, that is not optimum for the seagrass to grow. About water circulation, the turtle grass, turtle seagrass, the optimum for the 0.5 meter per second, the speed of the currents. If too high, they will destroy the leaf of the current. Destroy the leaf of the seagrass. That's why when certain season that the wave very high, the current very strong, you will see in the beach a lot of cutting leaf of the seagrass, like in Nusa Dua and so on, at a certain time. At that time, they will produce a waste up to 40 tons or 50 tons per day. Yeah, last time I was invited by some hotels in Nusa Dua. They talked to me how to maintain this waste, what we can do for this waste, whether we use for the compost. If we use for the compost, what can we do for this? But again, this is only for a certain season, not every year, not every month during a years. What they need a water velocity of currents, because through currents to deliver nutrients from one place to another, and also deliver oxygen to place to another, and also deliver CO2. CO2 very important in the coastal and marine ecology, because the CO2 need for the photosynthesis to creating organic compound. And then through photosynthesis, CO2 will result in oxygen. As I mentioned before, that a lot of living organisms live in on the seagrass, depend on the seagrass, like crustaceans, shrimp, crabs, mollusks, spina, lambis, thrombus, and so on. Echinoderm, like holoturians, synapta, diadema, and so on. You will find a worm. That's why some farmers try to find a worm in the seagrass ecosystem to do fishing. Yeah, they do fishing by finding worm in the seagrass ecosystem. Some organisms they live stay in the seagrass, but they are the species only visitors in the seagrass. This is some kind of biota in the seagrass ecosystem. In Indonesia, we find a fish, economical fish. We call it beronang. They are good growing in the seagrass ecosystem. Also, some dugong, the eating seagrass species like Syringodium isuetifolia, and also on Halophila, yeah, Halophila opalis and so on. How about the function of the seagrass? Because later on I will create a group, one group talking about seagrass, seaweed, and coral reef. In each group, the next will focus on the condition, function, problem, and solution. Yeah. Like in Indonesia, the problem of seagrass is some annoying by the development in the coastal waters. Some activities also so turbid, so the turbidity will reducing the seagrass, and also some domestic tourism. They're also creating a problem with the seagrass. The function of the seagrass, first, the seagrass reduce wave energy. Because of the reduced wave energy, they're allowing sediment to settle down. When the sediment settle down, they're creating a good clarity of the waters. The waters become clear. Secondly, the horizontal stem of the root, you need, yes, I mentioned many times, the stability, they stabilize the bottom. So this avoid the coastal area become eroded. Third, many type of algae and invertebrates are dependent on the seagrass and live on their blades. So again, the seagrass will provide a good place for the invertebrates and another things to live together in the seagrass ecosystem on seagrass area. Seagrass remove nutrient from the waters, because of the seagrass, they absorb the excess nutrients, so nutrients not so many in the waters. So this is good for the removing nutrients from the waters. Seagrass have a high productivity. Now, some scientists are still thinking about whether seagrass significant effect for the reducing CO2 content in terms of climate change, in terms of global warming. But some scientists still arguing that seagrass is small enough to reducing the CO2 content. I don't know in the future. The sixth, seagrass as a food source of many animals, offers 340 animals directly eat on the seagrass. 300 more. So finally, seagrass provide habitat, shelters, and nurseries for the commercial fishes. So a lot of small, tiny fish, they grow well in the seagrass ecosystem. This is some species found in south part of Bali. Last time I bring my student to do a project here, research on the seagrass ecosystem, south part of Bali. Not only seagrass, we found another organism like this. Function of seagrass, also they produce detritus. They source nutrient supply. This is the next already mentioned before, but the last is the leaf where attach algae, they attach eggs also. All of this is very good for the others fish and the others organism. If they attach algae, the algae can be source of the food with others fish and so on. And the function of seagrass also, they hide place for the predators. They hide themselves, so they avoid eating by predators. As a feeding ground, a good place to grow, place for spawning for some fishes. and then shelter for excessive sunlight. Some fish, they don't like very strong sunlight, yeah. So they need to shelter in the seagrass ecosystem. I think this is we already mentioned before as a good home for the crab and then place for of resident various of marine worm. This is the illustration why is the function of seagrass so good for the others organism. Yeah. I think that is for the seagrass. I have to stop the set content. We still have two other content about seaweed and coral reef. I think this time is enough. But if too quick, you cannot follow, just stop me and then we can explain what you need to know more about. Okay, I will move to can you see the seaweed? Yes? In the slide, is it clear already? Seaweed ecosystem.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, okay. About seaweed ecosystem, you can read more about WW, this one, yeah, Marine Biology, Chapter 6. Okay, we move to the seaweed ecosystem. As I mentioned before, seaweed is different with seagrass because like this one, these figures, the seaweed you cannot distinguish which one is leaf, which one is stem, which one is root, because all look similar. How about now? Can you see videos or not?
Kilimo cha mwani
Yes,
Yes,
okay,
we
okay.
can see.
kwa sababu
Okay.
ndicho kinachonipatia maslahi.
Seaweed farming is a great source of income for most coastal communities around the world, especially for women, because culturally and because of norms and standards, they are not allowed to fish in deeper waters. Here in Zanzibar, TNC is collaborating with KGU, Seaweed Corporation, and the government to train seaweed farmers on sustainable ways of farming seaweed, and so far it engages 3 villages. Seaweed farming can be environmentally sustainable as it requires no freshwater use for production or land and creates no carbon emission.
If the environment is poor, the seaweed will not grow because there is a very close relationship between environment and seaweed farming.
When farmed well, seaweed farming can be environmentally restorative by improving the water quality and providing additional habitats for the fish.
KGU and Seaweed Corporation has been working together for a long period of time to buy red seaweed from the farmers that is used to extract carrageenan, an ingredient which is used in many applications from food to personal care.
We are excited to train farmers on seaweed best management practices that would help to protect the environment as well as increase their productivity. During trainings, we've taught farmers on better site selections for their farms, as well as introduced a farming technique that increases the production to 2 or 3 times more, and it's called the double muddy loop. It involves tying 2 seedlings on one spot. We've also identified and mentored champion farmers who would showcase these techniques to other farmers.
Sasa hivi nimefaidika na mafunzo tena kwa nguvu sana, sababu nimejifunza kwenye unyonyeshaji wa mwani, nimejifunza kwenye kufunga mwani na nimejifunza kwenye uanikaji wa mwani kuongezea kipato.
Basi tunasema kwamba zao la mwani ni sekta muhimu sana katika uchumi, lakini ni sekta ambayo inakwenda direct au moja kwa moja kwa jamii husika ya visiwa vya Unguja na Pemba. Nashukuru sana kama upande wa serikali kwa mashirikiano ambayo yameonyeshwa kati ya TNC, Seaweed na Kagera, ambao tunasema kwamba ni mashirikiano ambayo ni mazuri na yanahitaji kuendelezwa ili faida ya mafunzo haya yaweze kupatikana kwa vijiji vingine.
Through this project, we hope to improve management of over 100 hectares of coastal areas. At the end of this project, we are impacting the farmers by providing them a way that they can benefit by increasing their productivity. On the other hand, it helps the environment through sustainable seaweed farming practices.
We move to okay, we continue with the seaweeds. I think through the video you can imagine what is the seaweed look like. Now some place they try to grow. Like in Bali, we grow two kind of seaweed, Euchoma spinosum and Euchoma dichotoni. Yeah? I try to show you different place of the seaweed culture in Africa. I think it's a bit different with what we grow in Indonesia. Okay, seaweeds show a wide range of growth, form, and complexity of structures. If you're talking of seaweed in Japan, in Korea, also they have a very long seaweed, yeah, like up to 10 meters, 15 meters maybe. Giant kelp, we call it, but we don't have in Indonesia. Nevertheless, several unifying features are worth mentioning. Seaweed lack of true leaf, stem, and root. As I mentioned before, you cannot distinguish which one is leaf, which one is stem, which one is root. So the complex of the seaweed itself, they consist with the thallus. Thallus, we call it thallus. It is filaments, a thin leaf, seed, or a giant kelp. Even a giant kelp, we call it a thallus. So some seaweed, they belong to a several group like multicellular algae. But as a group, we can divide it, the seaweed, in three groups. One, red algae, green algae, and brown algae. Only three: red, green, and brown. This is they not thought to have a common multicellular ancestor. Yeah. Seaweed are a polyphytic group. So that's mean this is an illustration of the seaweed. They have many kind of seaweed, but so far not so many seaweed can grow by the local farmers. They still select which part of seaweed that contain high carrageenans, because nowadays the carrageenan have more economical value rather than other content. So they focus on the seaweed that can produce high carrageenan content. We move to the red algae. Red algae is one of the oldest group of eukaryotic algae. This is the one of the oldest group. Most are multicellular, but the others are macroscopic. You can only look at it under microscope. But they have sexual reproduction. Against vegetative one to increase the colony, but the sexual reproduction to expand the colony in the other place. Many of them, coralline algae, secrete calcium carbonate to building coral reef. What does it mean? That means that some red algae, they produce coralline coral, like coral, they create like cements. Cements means they will connect one place material to other material in the coral ecosystem. So the building coral ecosystem become very strong because connects by the coralline algae. So coralline algae like cement, so they connect breaking coral one to another. So very important, this red algae in the coral reef ecosystem that we will talk later, the end of these lectures. The red algae are important builders of the limestone reef. Yeah. If we compare the red algae, this is more species of red algae compared with the green one. So that means the red algae is the most numbers in the marine ecosystem compared with the green algae. Even the green algae we combine with brown algae, still the red algae more than that. In the red algae, there is a pigment, we call it picobillins. This picobillin will mask the red algae, so the red algae look red because of the picobillins. Without picobillins, maybe the colors of the red algae not as red as we see now. So the pigment of picobillins have important role to cover the chloroplast in the red algae. But even so, in doing photosynthesis, they still depend on the chlorophyll, only chlorophyll for the photosynthesis. But because of the chlorophyll covered by picobillin, so the colors of the algae become red. So the red algae found in most shallow waters in the marines, most shallow waters, because the numbers of the red algae again much higher. The numbers here much higher than green and brown algae combining. Some are significant commercial important, and they harvested for food. I don't know. You eat in Japan as a food. I think it's a green algae maybe. This is some figures of the red algae. That is illustration of a red algae. Now we move with the green algae. Green algae, some you can see here, but the other ones, the other green algae you can see only under microscope. So without microscope, you cannot see this green algae. But if the waters cover a lot of green algae, the water will look green. Some of the green algae, they live as a single cell. As I said, we put single cell. This is single cell. This is one cell. While the others, they form colonies. They create long filaments and so on. They can do photosynthesis, of course. Red algae can do photosynthesis, green algae also. The green algae, they have walls containing cellulosa. That's why if a human eating green algae, our stomach cannot digest the green algae because contain cellulosa. Not good digestion. But like coal, maybe they can digest very good on cellulosa. As I mentioned before, the green algae are largely unicellular and non-marine. So mostly green algae can available in the fresh water, but only some in the marine ecosystem. So the green algae, they look bright green because chlorophyll is not masked by other pigment. Chlorophyll no covering by other pigment. Not like green algae, red algae, the chlorophyll covered the mask by picobilins, but the green algae, the chlorophylls not masked by other pigment. So that's why they look green. Some of the species green algae is epiphyte. Yeah, epiphyte mean they attach another like leaf of the seagrass. They're living there and so on. This is some figures of the green algae, Alimeda, Codium, and so on. This is Ulfa. This is green algae also. If you go to the coastal waters, and then in the coastal waters, quite a lot content of organic compound, maybe from the mainland, like in Sanur Beach, you find quite a lot of green algae like Ulfa, this one. The leaf of the Ulfa is very tiny, very smooth, very smooth. We still are thinking about whether this Ulfa is an indicator for the organic pollutant or not. Still some students need to study about this. One of my PhD students also concerned about algae, white algae in Sanur and surrounding. That is about green algae. Now we move with the brown algae. The brown algae, not like a green algae. Green algae, they mostly in the fresh water compared with marine algae. But in brown algae, mostly marine multicellular algae, mostly in the seawater, compared with in the fresh water. This brown algae also as a source of the food and also good habitat for the other species and so on. This figure showing the comparison between giant kelp. This is giant kelp. But talking of Indonesia, we didn't have the kelp like this, relating with the brown algae. The brown algae include the largest and the fastest growing of the seaweed. That means very fast and very big and fast. I think some scientists now try to finding how to do fermentation of the giant kelp become a good source of food for the human, because like a volume, the volume is very big. Maybe in the future, some scientists try to finding kind of fungi and so on who can do fermentation, better fermentation, at least what's it, to create that the cellulosa in the brown algae can digest by our stomach. So very effective as a food. So brown algae have adapted to a wide variety of marine ecology needs. Yeah? They are an important also constituent of some brackish water ecosystem. If you're talking in the beginning about seagrass, they avoid for the brackish water. But now brown algae, they are good important constituent for the brackish water. Brackish water means combining between fresh water and seawater. So brackish water means location close to the mouth of the rivers. That is about brown algae. The characteristic color of the brown algae, their variety from olive green to dark brown. So in this time, yellow-brown pigment, particularly picoxanthin, they offer the chlorophyll. If the red algae chlorophyll covered by picobillins, the brown algae chlorophyll covered by fucoxanthin. So that's why they look brown, yellow-brown. But the green algae, the chlorophyll covered by nothing. They look yellow. If covered by fucoxanthin, they look brown. If they are covered by picobillin, they will look red. Again, the important point of those all algae, whether green, brown, or red, consists of chlorophyll that can do photosynthesis. In the Pacific, the largest scale are found in the deeper water, just below the lowest tide level. And this is in the Pacific. For example, cap like Nereocystis consists of a long kelp up to 30 meters. Can you imagine 30 meters? Oh, I cannot imagine 30 meters long. 10 steps of the building, yeah? 10 floors, very high. This is an example of the brown algae, like Padina australis and so on. This is some illustration about other kind of seaweed, like corallin officinalis, ulpa. This is another ulpa. If you're talking about ulpa, so many kind of ulpa. You can find more pictures about algae in alga-based image. This is the other kind of ulpa. But so far as I know, no one can use ulpa as a food, not yet. But yes, for the kelp, yeah, giant kelp, from the some browsing. But ulpa not yet. Maybe some other times, scientists will find a certain chemical compound in the ulpa, so that's very important for human life. Maybe ulpa become very important source of chemical medicine. This is another kind of algae from algabis. If you're talking about seagrass ecosystem in Bali, you will find like Ulpa, Padina, Gracilaria, Hypnea. But for the culturing seagrass, seaweed, I said before, only 2 species, Eucheuma spinosum and Eucheuma dichotoni. Now, our fisheries department try to do sargassum, I think. Also, they try to grow sargassum. This is Eucheuma spinosum activities. In Lembongan, now they start for growing Eucheuma spinosum again. Last time, during tourism blowing, tourism growing fast, so farmers they leave the seagrass culture because working in the tourism condition aspect is more benefit rather than growing seaweed. But when the COVID happened during 2 years last time, so local people, they do nothing. They start for doing growing this kind of seaweed. But 3 weeks ago, I went to Lembongan again because I have a project relating with seaweed. Some seaweed cultures not so good growth because of the diseases and also a lot of fishes as a pest, and also water quality is not as good as should be. It should be at this kind of months, March, May, June, should be good condition for the seaweed culture, but not good for this time. Still big question, what happened? Why? So this is food chains and the seaweed ecosystem. You can see here we have a very good correlation one individual or one species to the others. And also shark also depend on the seaweed ecosystem. I think that is about seaweed. Is there any question about seaweed? If not, I move to the last topic about coral reef. I think time is enough for explaining coral reef.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
I want to ask about seaweed.
Yeah.
First of all, my name is Ephraim. I'm from Udayana University.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I can active the camera due to network constraint. Sir, I often find algae in intertidal zone. Sometimes low tide occurs during the day, which cause algae to be exposed to hot sunlight. The question is how to adapt algae that are intertidal zone to survive. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, because sometimes algae they have algae like a plant. During if the light so strong, they will close the stomata you call it, stoma, yeah. So to reduce the evaporation and so on. But again, if the dry up so long, so they will die also. But if the dry condition still on their they still managed by the algae, they still grow. Like if you compare later on, we talk about coral reef. If the coral reef receive changing temperatures, still in tolerance level, they still can grow. But over that, they will do bleaching, getting white. But more than that, they will die. Same as a plant in the terrestrial ecosystem. Yeah, if you have a plant and then the plant you give no waters, if still plant can manage, maybe they can recover again after you give waters. But if they stress permanent, even to give water again, they cannot recover. I think if you're talking about algae in the marine ecosystem, I think they already adapt, yeah, adapt years to years. Some algae can still live during the direct contact with light. That means those kind of algae already do adaptation with those conditions. If not, those species already not available in those conditions. Maybe in the deeper water you can find them. I think they have specific mechanism to maintain those conditions.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Sir,
Yeah.
actually, I still have question about blooming algae, blooming algae. Can I
Yeah.
ask this session?
Sorry?
I have question about blooming algae.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask this in this session?
Yeah. What is the question?
Okay. Mm, plankton has some dyes of pigment such as phycocyanin pigment, chlorophyll pigment, xanthophyll pigment, carotene pigment. The question is, why blooming algae are red, even though plankton has several pigment colors?
Why? No, blooming plankton not only red. If you're talking about blooming plankton in the lakes, could be green, could be a bit blue, not only red. But the problem in the coastal waters is when the blooming waters is red, commonly they creating dead fish. That's why we call it red tide. But again, blooming phytoplankton not only red, but the main problem if the red tide coming, that's mean the blooming plankton look red. Sometimes they creating a big problem to kill a lot of fish. But if the blooming plankton greens, never heard from the scientists that they will kill the fish. Is it clear for you?
Yes, sir. Means red tide just name, sir.
Sorry?
Means red tide is just a name.
Red tide, just a name, yeah.
Okay,
because
okay.
they look red. Yeah, they look red.
Okay.
The main algae, the main plankton that creating red tide also specific.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. You are welcome. Now move
Sir?
in the
Sir, I'm sorry. I want to ask you about blooming plankton.
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Tarikosya. Based on your explanation, red tide is danger for the fish, also human, right? So what can be done to overcome the phenomena of red tide? As we know that marine is too big and uncontrollable. So what we can do for that? Thank you.
Yeah. Fortunately, red tide is like a natural disaster, yeah. Like typhoon, like earthquake, like that. So far we cannot maintain to avoid the red tide happen. A lot of scientists still thinking what kind of reason the red tide could happen. But fortunately, even red tide happen, it's not so often. Only sometimes in some area. So still a big question. Against red tide is look like natural disaster, you mean? You know natural disaster? Like typhoon, like earthquake, like flooding. How can you maintain? How can you predict when the typhoon? Yes, people can predict typhoon, but earthquake so far I think cannot predict. Flooding, yes, we can predict when the rain coming, but the level of the flooding we still not so many people understand about it. The same thing with the red tide. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? Okay, if not, we move to the coral reef. This is coral reef, very common. Maybe you understand already. Indonesia, we have a very wide ring of a coral reef. That's why Indonesia also part of the triangle CTI, Coral Triangle Initiative. So that's why this is worldwide. We try to maintain our coral reef. About now?
Yes, we can see.
Yes? Okay. Okay, I stop the videos. Okay, now this is the coral reef. Still 20 minutes to go. I have to manage the time. You can read the marine biology chapter 14, yeah, for more details. But again, we're talking about corals. Coral in Indonesia, we have a coral they join with zooxanthella. Zooxanthella is a dinoflagellates. Only coral that's joined with zooxanthella can creating a coral building, coral reef. If the coral doesn't join with zooxanthella, so they creating only spot coral. That's why the spot coral cannot creating building coral. That's why building coral only happen in the tropical area, not in subtropical area. Because in the subtropical area, the coral cannot join with zooxanthella. Zooxanthella only join with coral? No. Zooxanthella also join with giant clam. So because of the zooxanthella can do photosynthesis. So through photosynthesis, they create organic compound. Organic compound they give for the coral as a food. So coral access the what's it, urine and so on. The urine of the coral become nutrients for the zooxanthella. So zooxanthella with coral they win-win solution.
Laporan itu semuanya.
That's why the
Sampai
coral
halaman 6 itu.
cannot move. Okay. Now move with the corals. Coral, you can distinguish between the live coral and the dead corals. This is the live corals. It will look greens, or rather greens, because there are zooxanthella inside. But the dead coral become white. That's why if the coral stress, they will go white. That we call it bleaching. Bleaching with they go white. If the permanent bleaching, they will die. If they're not permanent bleaching, the cause of the bleaching coral is the stress of the changing temperature. Mostly because of the temperature increase very sharp and very sudden. So they're creating what's it, bleaching coral. This is coral, this is a tentacle. This is one individual corals. They have a tentacle, they have a polyp, we call it. They have a mouth. Yeah. They capture zooplankton, and then they have a good here and then mesenterial. That is the form of the coral. So one polyp is one individual coral. So coral is animal, not a plant. Coral again is animal. They capture zooplankton as a food, and also they receive organic compound food as an organic from the zooxanthella. This is because the species of the coral so many, so scientists they creating a group. This is they call it plate-like, polyecious, and then columnar, massive, branching, relieving, encrusting, and so on. If not branching only, the 100 species of branching coral. So very difficult, take times to identify and so on. This is the figures of the polyp corals. Each polyp coral, they covered by the zooxanthella. This is zooxanthella. So that's why zooxanthella is very important. They collaborate with coral to creating a good living coral reef. Again, in coral reef also they have coralline algae to creating a good building. The benefit of the coral reef: source as a food, as a medicine, media for the mariculture, tourist destination. This is the most important one, the place of spawning, nurturing, rearing of fish, and fish production high. And then the top function of the coral is a barrier reef, prevention of the coastal abrasion, because they're creating a wall, yeah, as a barrier for the island. Some island in Indonesia protected by the coral reef. As I mentioned before, two types of coral, hermatipic and ahermatipic. Hermatipic means joined with zooxanthella. Ahermatipic means not joined with zooxanthella. Only hermatipic coral can produce coral reef, not for the ahermatipic one. So scientists now make creating a big question. Why so many things all together here? They can live in harmonies and so on. Still a lot of question coming in, but are very poor understood. Very poor understood. So now still need to scientists, a lot of scientists need to answer this question. How they can live harmony one to another? You can live together and then looks happy one to another. How could be? So this is still the next question. No one can answer so far. So giant kelp, as I mentioned before, also join with zooxanthella. If you are lucky in the giant kelp, you will find a pearl. Or pearl, what is pearl? Pearl is mutiara in Indonesian word. Like from the giant clam, Tridacna gigas. And also in the coral reef, you will find this is anemone fish. This is anemone. Anemone is a poison fish, a poison place that only this fish can stay here, not another one. In another fish, they will sting by this anemone, so the fish will die. Only this fish, they hide themselves in this place, so they will escape from the predator. About the distribution of the coral spread in isotherm 20 degree. If the marine temperature below 20 degree, you cannot find the coral. So This is the limiting factors of the coral. They need sunlight, clarity below 30 meters, temperatures optimum 29 to 25, 29, changing temperatures below 4 to 6 degree, salinity 17 to 52. And also the important point also sedimentation rate. If the sedimentation is high, only 4 species can live. If less than 10 milligram per centimeter square per day, more than 120 species can grow together, the coral. So against coral feed on the zooplankton, yeah. This is the main point of this slide. Now, some coral to the other corals, they do competition. You can see this is one. This coral do competition with this one. It look like this coral loose, yeah, loose. This is some die here, and then the next time we'll covering with this one. So one coral sometimes cannot covering another coral because this coral can creating allelopathy, we call it. So they creating a specific chemical, so another coral cannot offer this coral. But sometimes if they can offer this coral will lose, this is what we will win. That is the competition between coral. Predation of the corals. Commonly, predators include mollusks, worm, polychaete, and barnacles. If you're talking about fish, commonly fish from the Scaridae, they feed directly on the coral. So they're feeding on the coral. But mostly the coral are very dangerous because of the Acanthaster plantae, this one. They will eat the coral directly to the coral and then the coral become die. If you go to what is west part of Bali in Menjangan Islands, very common. In a certain season, a lot of Acanthaster plantae emerge and then they will kill a lot of coral there. Another fish is like this butterfly fish also, feeding on the coral. But the most dangerous is parrotfish, like parrotfish. This is unique. You see, this is some coral die because of Acanthaster plantae. Coral also have competition with algae. You know, algae, because of the coral competition with algae, competition with space and so on. Because of that, the availability of the sea urchin in the coral is very important. Because the sea urchin will control the population of the algae. If not, the algae will covering the coral. That's why when we start for doing replanting coral, we unsuccess on replanting coral because of in the beginning of replanting coral, the coral will covered by algae. So we will busy to clean up the coral because covering by algae. So in the coral reef ecosystem, sea urchin is very important. This is the coral destruction because using for building, for everything, yeah. So activity of bombing last time, but not allowed anymore. But in the former time, a lot of activity like this. They do mining of the coral, limestone, and so on. This is coral gonad. You can see coral also they creating egg. They produce eggs and also release sperm and eggs, and then with sperm and eggs will meet, and then they're creating larva planula, we call it. Larva planula will really moving and then finding a strong, hard habitat like a stone or everything, the hard one. They attach there and then grow as a new individual coral. So if you need to creating a coral garden, we need a hard habitat, like from concrete, from the ship, yeah, dead ship we put in the ocean, and then another part. But if only sand sediments, it's not suitable for the coral to grow because very mobile. This is a release eggs in the reef. Coral growth. Coral growth is very, what's it? Acropora in Atlantic only grow 5 to 10 centimeters diameters and high up to 2 to 5 centimeters per year. Per year, only 5 centimeters. So very slow. The massive one, the massive coral, they grow only 0.75 centimeter per year, less than 1 centimeter. So if we destroy the coral, needs a long time to recover. That's the main point. This is coral liquid web, very complex. This is not as complex as it should be. But if they're creating so complex food web, maybe we cannot understand it. But at least they are producers, consumers, and predators. You can read later on during the task. Things that is about coral reef. Is there any question about this? Still 5 minutes to go before we finish. Do you understand what I explained? It's too fast?
Excuse me, sir. May I have ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay. Before that, I'm Banentra Baswari from Udayana University. So I want to ask that these days, the coral reefs have been bleaching and it affects the marine community. So is there a way for us, the humans, to retrieve back the coral reefs?
Coral bleaching.
Yeah.
Yeah, coral bleaching is the main issues because of the climate change, because of the global warming. If you're talking about global warming, what we should maintain of the global warming, we should reduce for firing, we should replanting, what's it, forests, yeah. That means we have to reduce using cars, everything, using electric one. So relating with the global warming, we have to work worldwide with the people surrounding the world because the cause of the global warming that creating coral bleaching, it is relating to the global warming. You cannot do by your individual or only Indonesia or only Bali, because they're connecting one ocean to the others, creating a different kind of temperature suddenly. Suddenly temperatures is too high. Suddenly also temperatures too low. The main point is the changing temperature too fast and the difference is too high. That is creating coral getting shocked and getting white, come to die. Any more questions?
That's enough for me. Thank you so much, sir.
You are welcome. Any more questions?
Excuse
So
me.
before, yeah.
I want to ask you something. Of all forms of coral growth, which one is the strongest to survive in swift currents?
Swift current. What do you mean swift current?
Fast currents.
Oh, fast current. Fast current, mostly the massive coral much stronger rather than branching coral. You know branching coral? Branching coral like this. Strong current will broken down, but the massive one like this, like stone, the stony coral much stronger rather than branching coral.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Yeah. Again, if you're talking about coral, some people destroying coral because of the first sedimentation problem. Sedimentation problem come from activities of the development. Yeah, you create a harbor creating sedimentation, and also you do bad things in the upland area, creating a turbid water to rivers. The river very turbid, and then the rivers goes to the marine ecosystem. So those things will killing not only coral, but also algae, also seagrass sedimentation. So that's why relating with AMDAL, sedimentation is very risky if you develop anything close to the beach area. Very risky to do. The next problem about pollution, pollution. Could be oil pollution or pollution from the terrestrial, bringing by rivers and so on. That's also will big problem with our coral, seagrass, also seaweed. If relating with pollution, we can maintain. If relating with global warming, we cannot do alone to maintain. We have to work together with others. Anything else? I think my time's already 12 o'clock. Back to Pak Bibin. Pak Bibin Sensei, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Atana. So as I informed, and then we already spread the information about the schedule. So we are going to start to have preparation for final presentation. Yeah, you will have two chance. Yeah, I mean one is today. Yeah, around maybe several hours, and then next later on in the 21st. Yeah, you will have some time to make some preparation. Yeah, and of course, for student from KGU, you must have some good effort to do this one, yeah, because you don't have a background of this fisheries. So please, Professor Artana, be patient to to, to monitor or maybe to train them. And of course, I already also informed the team, the group. So please, now we have some 1 hour, yeah, for take a rest, and then let's join around maybe 1 hour later on, and then of course I already prepared the room, and you can directly visit the breakout room. I think I will demonstrate later on, yeah, when you join during the preparation, so we still have time. Okay, I think
Before
that's all.
before we break, can I announce a bit, maybe 1 or 2 minutes?
Okay.
A group will be divided by 3 tasks. Group 1 talking about seagrass. Because seagrass available in Japan and Indonesia, you're combining Japan and Indonesia about seagrass.
Yes. The group 2.
Group 2 about seaweed. Seaweed also available in Japan, available in Indonesia.
Okay.
You can talk about seaweed. Group 3 talking about coral reef. We call coral reef only available in tropical area. Yeah?
Okay.
But what you talk about, you prepare about those things with the seagrass, seaweed, and coral reef about condition, about the condition. And then the next about function, what the function of seagrass, seaweed, or corals. And then the problems, what is the problem of the seagrass, seaweed, and corals? And then the last about solution with the problem itself. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Tana. So hopefully all students can catch this kind of the information. So maybe, hopefully, Professor Atana also will repeat again later on. Thank you very much, Professor Atana. Yeah, see you 1 hour later on.
Yeah. Maybe you can compare condition of seagrass in Indonesia and Japan, or whatever you like about the seagrass, about the condition. Yeah. And then what may be the function of the seagrass in terms of ecology, seagrass and ecology, what their function. I think this information quite a lot in my slide also available. If you don't understand about the function, you can talk with me what we mean about the function. And then the problem of seagrass, a lot of problem, yeah. We losing a lot of seagrass area, and also in Japan, also seagrass reduce, yeah, year to year. That is the problem. What's the main problem? Why the seagrass reduce? And then if so, what is, according to you, what is the solution to avoid to solve the problem of seagrass? Those things. The same things happen with the seaweed for the group 2, seaweed. Seaweed, the condition of seaweed is quite a lot in Japan, yeah? In Indonesia also. But if you're talking about seaweed in Indonesia, the mostly people talking about seaweed culture. Seaweed culture also have a problem with pests, with water quality, and so on. Seaweed, what is the condition now? And then as in the nature, what the function of the seaweed. One of them is as a food for the other fish and so on. What others? Maybe for medicine, for whatever. Now, what is the problem of the seaweed? Seaweed culture or seaweed anything else? And then, if so, do you have an idea what is the solution for those things? That is the seaweed. You can talk seaweed in Japan, in Indonesia, and wherever you like. You got the reference, yeah? If you still confused, just ask me. The next about coral reef, group 3, I think huge of publication about coral reef. Yeah? The condition, the function, problem, and solution. Is it clear? Any question about that? Okay. Tariko said okay. How about the others? Okay, we on?
Okay, Prof.
Okay. You just do it now, and then if you have any problem, I will visit your group, yeah.
Halo,
Whether
Riri Kodera. Let me ask the Japanese KGU student, Professor Ririko Kodera. Is it clear for you? Ririko Kodera-san?
Yes, it's clear for me.
Okay. And then also Ted Yun-san?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Sensei, Professor
oh,
Akata.
that's clear. Good, very good.
I will let's they join to the break room. Okay,
Yeah.
please join to the break room. You can select by yourself. Enter and please discuss there. You just click join. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, Pak Artana. Hello.
Yes.
You can discuss if you visit Indonesia student. Yeah, you can discuss by Indonesia. But in Japan, with Japan student, yeah, of course in English and something like that is okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Halo. Masih pada ya. Jadi tadi udah saya untuk tahun ini karena yang Indonesia yang jadi diskusi nanti dengan profesornya ya pasti dari Indonesianya ya. Tapi nanti kalau yang gurunya Jepang ya pasti bahasa Inggris gitu. Jadi udah diperbolehkan sekarang. Tapi ini kok hanya 3 orang? 2 orangnya kemana?
Setahu saya duanya izin. Yang 2 izin.
Udah izin?
Ya, dia sama Nurma izin katanya.
Gitu ya. Udah bilang ke siapa?
Ke Bu Febri.
Ke Bu Febri ya? Ya udah
Ya.
bisa kontak Bu Febri kalau gitu. Ya udah. Nanti dia bisa datang nggak yang itu siapa yang Bapak itu? Siapa tuh ya? Pak Hendrawan. Dianya. Soalnya ya udah. Oke.
Kita mungkin bisa diskusi aja kali ya, Kak
Ya,
Yustika.
langsung aja diskusi aja langsung. Cari siapa yang jadi ketuanya, cari ini yang mimpin gitu. Karena ini tinggal 3 orang nih.
Pak mau nanya,
Iya.
kalau presentasinya nanti di tanggal 21 berarti ya?
Iya, tanggal 21. Jadi
dalam bahasa Inggris atau
bahasa Inggris.
Okay.
Presentasi semua pakai bahasa Inggris. Karena yang dengarnya kan ada profesor dari Jepang, ada dengan mahasiswa Jepang. Jadi harus bahasa Inggris.
Okay.
Kalau
Nggak ditentuin kan Pak limit waktunya. Nggak ditentuin kan limit waktunya berapa?
Ada nanti ada kita kasih tahu. Sekarang ini aja dulu.
Diskusi aja dulu kali.
Diskusi aja dulu ya, ada waktunya. Itu kemarin itu hampir waktunya sekitar 45 menit. 45 menit itu kalau nggak salah tuh 30 menitan presentasi, 15 menit diskusi. Gitu. Ya. Itu yang tahun lalu.
Mungkin Kak Yustika mau bening, kita mau nggak baginya kayak kondisi, fungsi, terus
Nah, kayak gitu betul-betul.
problem sama solusinya itu dua orang, satu problem sama solusi yang ada di Sigras di Jepang, sama satu lagi yang ada di Indonesia. Terus kalau yang kondisi sama fungsinya itu apa namanya satu-satu orang aja, jadi cari yang di Jepang dan Indonesia juga, yang fungsinya juga sama gitu. Nah, satu orang lagi bikin presentasi, bikin PowerPoint. Mau kayak gitu aja nggak?
Boleh Kak, biar saya dulu Kak pembagiannya. Oh ya, untuk buat presentasi itu berarti buatnya langsung di PowerPoint gitu atau di Canva Kak, biar mungkin bisa ngerjain bareng atau gimana?
Canva aja kalau bisa, soalnya lebih bagus gitu kelihatannya.
Oke, oke Kak.
Aku mau ngambil kondisi deh. Kak Yustika sama Bening mau ngambil apa?
Kalau aku mungkin bisa ngambil di bagian
Kak, Kak, gimana Bening tadi kamu mau ambil apa?
di bagian fungsi itu ya Sigras ya Kak.
Ya itu Kak Yustika juga bilang fungsi. Enggak Kak, suara kakak nggak kedengeran Kak.
Saya kedengeran ini fungsi.
Di saya nggak ada suara.
Suaranya nggak keluar, Pak. Suaranya Kak Yustika.
Oh, Yustika. Oh, yang bening aja barusannya.
Oh, kalau gitu saya masalah dan solusi yang Sigras di Indonesia Kak.
Nanti aku kasih tahu Nurma deh sama dia.
ビビン先生、なぜか2人いないんですけど、ビビン先生、you're mute.
Ah, ya. Ya. Putarina ini. Indonesia no kata mau naji. Putarina grup one. あれ、どうしようかな。
とりあえず発表の、イントロダクションとコンクルージョンを、とりあえず決めて、あと残りを、ね、分担してっていうふうに、言ってたんだけど、とりあえずもういる人で決めてしまわないとしょうがないと思うんですよね。So we should determine the order.
Yeah.
So,で、リーダーがいるかなビビン先生。
はい。
So the group leader is required.
Yeah, I think so. So who will be the leader? So, and then decide who will be discuss about function, function of what seaweed in Japan and Indonesia, and about the situation in the real situation now, any problem of seaweed, something like that. I think we can find in the internet easily.
So, anybody is okay. Let's try.
Let's try. Chat GPT mo maipayo. I heard that some teacher from Malaysia and from UK said just Chat GPT. I think it's very helpful, but the problem, don't make copy and paste. Please read and consider and compare with the other idea, or with your idea also, it is true or not. This is very important. So ChatGPT is okay, but don't just copy and paste. Never read. Please read. Yeah, Sensei, Sensei, I think ChatGPT is helpful also.
Yeah, but the information is not reliable, I think.
Yeah, so therefore, please use your brain also. It is true or not? Yeah.
Okay, anyway, at first, let's determine the group leader. Okay? So, anyone want to do the group leader? Then, Janken.
Janken.
Yeah. Okay? Janken, Janken, Pong. Okay, then two, please try. Okay, Janken, Pong. Okay, so you win. So you are group leader.
Yeah, Gigi Zhang.
Yeah.
How to read Zhang Zhang or Zhang Zhang? Yeah.
Cho. Yeah.
Cho.
Cho this.
Cho San. I'm sorry. Cho San. I'm sorry, not. Yeah. I use kata-kata Zhang. Cho San. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, in every presentation, group leader make an introduction. So, Cho-san, please make an introduction. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so remaining parts. So the difference of the seaweed between the Indonesia and the Japan, it is a theme, but I think the difference can be divided into several points. I cannot remember correctly. So what is the points of the difference Arthano Sensei mentioned? Can you remember? No.
Temperature
Living
difference.
Sensei, Arthano Sensei mentioned about the difference between difference of the seaweed between Indonesia and Japan in the morning session, or they should search for the difference by themselves.
I think in this case, seaweed, yeah, we can talk about species the different. So species different. Maybe there's some similarity. Yeah, similarity species and species different. And then we just focus again, of course, seaweed in Japan. That there's some economic one, this one, and then for making food and agriculture already intensive or extensive. And also maybe have some contribution to the country, seaweed from Japan, for example. But in Indonesia, maybe the contribution of seaweed still low for division. And then we talk about the, what is it? I forget actually. But logically, there's some different. And Japan seaweed is more, what is it? More developed industry, I think, compared to Indonesia.
I think that Arthano Sensei previously prepared the PDF file for his lecture.
Yeah.
Is a PDF file available this time also?
I think his lectures similar with previous one. I think you can open the YouTube.
Ah, I see.
Saya text and maybe I try to select. Okay, please wait a moment.
Yeah.
I forget. Where is it?
So you mean that you can select the parts in the movie related to the difference of the seaweed? Okay.
Yeah. Wait a moment. Where is it? Screen. Yes, it already. Wait a moment. Where is it? Okay. I think in this group, maybe I can share this group. Maybe you can see this one. If you check this, click in the, can you see? Oh, not yet, yeah, I think. Can you see this one?
Yeah.
So if you open the YouTube, KGU SciTech, please KGU SciTech, and don't forget to subscribe.
Okay, please open the browser and
browser,
check this keyword.
Yeah,
in the YouTube.
KGU SciTech. And there is a summer school to 2021 in summary. Yeah. And then maybe the other one, I think this is only summary. This is very simple, 7 minutes, sorry.
No. So the different one is better. So
Yeah,
longer.
yeah,
Do you have a longer version?
Yeah, I think. Sorry. Sorry, this is only 7 minutes. Oh, wait a moment. I must check. Wow.
Okay, so
this way.
lower right. Lower right. My picture. It is 1 hour. About 1 hour.
Sakura Online. This is maybe sustainable. Oh, this is different. Sorry.
Yeah.
Summer school. This is program 2000. This one open ceremony 1 hour. This is one I think.
It is a Sakura. Yeah.
This one I think.
Okay.
Maybe wait a moment. Look. Yeah.
Seaweed. Yeah.
Seaweed. What is seaweed? Yeah. Okay, I think this one. I think. Wait a moment. This one. Yeah. Oh, this is Juara Sensei. Wait a moment. Yeah, marine ecology.
Yeah.
This one. Roughly, you can see this one. One is part 1. Please write here. Please write. Please select part 1 summer school program, open ceremony and marine ecology. Then, wait a moment. I will click again. That one, and then I already forget. But let's see. Part 1. Just now ceremony. This is marine debris. This one. So only this one. Okay. So please this one. Okay. Roughly, at least there's some video here. Okay. So maybe as soon as possible, I think I will submit because you still have time. About how many? You will have time around 1 week. I will upload the original one just now. What do you think, Sensei?
Yeah, but I think you can submit you can send the URL of this YouTube channel to them.
I will just know Atana Sensei intact information for today.
Okay. Yeah.
So maybe today and tomorrow I will share in the YouTube. So please KGU SciTech, you must subscribe. And then you can see. I hope Friday or Saturday. You can see in the internet. I will inform you by email maybe. Yeah, and then you can see directly the lecture from Atana Sensei. Yeah, and also maybe from Matsuda Sensei. Tomorrow will be Matsuda Sensei, and also this afternoon Hendrawan Sensei. At least this is okay. Maybe that's all I think. Yeah, Sensei. So you can check the video.
Okay. Can you access this the YouTube channel?
Yes.
Okay. Online. Okay, someone shares a page. Can someone share the page? Then let's search for the corresponding part together. So, group leader, Chao-san, could you please share the browser?
Oh, but I use the phone.
Like that.
Online to open ceremony marine ecology.
And also we must explore about what is the problem and what the solution, how to solve this problem.
So, but what is the problem to be solved?
About the seaweed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like what is it? Garbage. And then sometimes also some conflict with the tourism, I think. Because tourism would like to have a very nice place, but the agriculture also on that time. I think this is also some kind of the problem in Japan, I think. There will be conflict between tourism and agriculture. I think we can explore, I think, in the internet. But in Indonesia, this is the real problem because the what is it? Local people, they prefer to do for the tourism because can earn money more and easily. But to be seaweed agriculture, sometimes yeah, it's a little bit tough work. But yeah, the solution, I think, if we compare with the agriculture in the mainland, we must make some kind of the eco agriculture tourism, So mix between tourists for tourism and mix with the agriculture, something like that. That's one solution in case of the agriculture in the mainland. But in the seaweed, maybe some possible, I think. What do you think, To-sensei? If we use our logic.
So the problem that should be solved is depend on the culture. So the depend on the Japan and Indonesia. So the difference in culture between Japan and Indonesia may be related to how to solve the problem, and what is a problem is also depend on the difference in culture, I think.
Yeah, I think so, because for Japan, I think seaweed is the main one. I think fish and seaweed is important thing, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Of course, in Indonesia, yeah, we don't actually. I still remember in the television, people from Europe or from South Asia, they never have some kind of the custom to eat seaweed. I think it's better don't eat seaweed because our stomach cannot ready to accept this kind of the But people from Japan already have some custom long ago. So.
In addition, it is told that the Japanese have a gene which is related to the digestion of the seaweed.
Yes, this is. But people from Europe said, but it is nice in my mouth, something like that. But yeah, we don't know in your stomach.
I think I found a page. Wait a minute.
Okay.
So I'll share my web page. So can you see the YouTube page? So aquaculture of seaweed. I think this part is related to your presentation. Can you hear the voice?
Oh, yes.
Look, so she explained about the seagrass, no seaweed, yeah.
It is seagrass. So
yeah. I think we also
okay, this
seaweed
part.
this part. Ah.
Anyway, please to check these keywords of the YouTube channel. So part 1, summer school program, online 2021, open ceremony and marine ecology. And it is about this version is 1 hour and 1 minute and 8 seconds length in length. Okay, and you can find the seaweed, the description about the seaweed at the about 45 minutes. Okay, and I think there may be a description. Okay, so it is 70 minutes. At 70 minutes, there are description about the seaweeds.
Next presentation maybe will be 45 minutes. Yeah, I mean presentation 30 minutes.
45, 40,
yeah, 30 minute
minutes,
presentation
30
and
minutes.
15-minute discussion.
Okay, I see. I understand what you mean.
So please prepare 30 minutes, but don't explain very fast. Slowly. Seaweed is the blah blah blah. I don't know. Don't speak too fast.
This is so this is a previous presentations of
long ago we mix KGU and Udayana. Now we separate.
So please prepare the presentation. And so as I told, please determine the role of the presentation. So the first thing is to determine the organization of the presentation. So you have 5 members, so the presentation should be divided into 5 parts. Okay, and as I told, introduction is made by the group leader, Cho-san. Okay. And, but the remaining part, I don't know, remaining 4 parts. Anyway, please try to check the.
Futari wa permission arimasu ka? Futari wa doko ka ima inai? Nanka oshieta no koto aru. Information, yoho. Nande ima inai? You don't know.
なので、もうここのメンバー3人だけで、何を話すか決めて、で、他の人たちにはここやってねっていうふうにお願いするようにした方がいいのかなっていう気がしますけどね。なので、とりあえず、さっきのウェブサイトとかを見たり、YouTube チャンネルとかを見て、全体の話の流れだけ、細かいところはそれぞれが自分で作ってもらったらいいと思うんだけど、とりあえず全体の話の流れを今考えて、で、割り振りを、イントロダクション以外の4つのパートの割り振りですね。そこを決めてもらったらいいと思います。 最後はコンクルージョンになるので、そこはその残りの、だから大きく話を3つに分けてやってもらうことになるのかな。イントロダクションがあって、全体のメインボディが3つに分かれて、最後にコンクルージョンを1人話してもらうという、そういう感じで作ったらいいかなと思います。
Eta, udah lengkap dia, udah.
Iya, sudah.
Sudah ya. Tadi Pak siapa? Pak itu udah jelas kan ya?
Sudah.
Oke. Kalau mau sebagai acuan, udah pernah lihat di YouTube acuannya?
Acuan tentang apa ya Pak ya?
Ya kita juga udah acara ini kan nanti ya saya bagi ya share-nya. Saya masuk ke share ini. Nah ini YouTube di YouTube ini coba lihat Anda masuk ke YouTube. Nah KGU Sci-Tech.
Oh,
Lihat aja di situ. Dulu juga udah pernah gitu. Itu kan
baik.
KGU Sci-Tech dan jangan lupa ya subscribe.
Iya baik Pak.
Oke. Subscribe aja nanti juga yang Anda juga nanti ini akan saya masukkan ke sini kok.
Ya baik Pak.
Itu ada
Pak, mau tanya Pak,
ya.
ini ke sesi diskusinya sampai jam berapa Pak kira-kira Pak?
Ya sesi diskusi ini kita 2 jam sampai aduh tadi kan jam 2 masuk tuh kan 100 menit. Jam 2 tuh berarti jam 3.40. Nanti isi 20 menit baru Pak Hendrawan.
Oh ya baik Pak.
Betul. Nanti Pak Hendrawan udah selesai Pak Hendrawan kuliah 100 menit, udah kita kan kreditnya 2 SKS ke di sini itu kita ngitungnya gitu.
Oh ya.
Ya, jadi ini sekarang sampai tadi jam berapa? Jam 3.40. Terus nanti isi 20 menit sampai jam 4, dari jam 4 100 menit sampai jam 5.40 berarti sekitar kita gitu. Itu
ya.
waktu ini ya, waktu Jepang. Jadi 5.40 di sana jam 4.40.
Oh ya Pak. Terima kasih Pak.
Yuk mari diskusi, lihat aja dulu terus nanti buat. Mungkin untuk yang sekarang masih ada waktu ya diskusi gitu ya, apa buatnya itu. Tapi kalau untuk yang besok nih kayaknya harus sehari itu langsung buat final presentation. Dan hanya persiapannya 2 jam lagi.
Oh ya Pak, nanti kita coba maksudnya buat materi terlebih dahulu sebelum besok kelas. Biar
Iya, Anda juga udah bisa lihat kok di sini dimasuk ke KGU Stack ya. KGU Sci-Tech terus nanti lihat ini yang besok itu kan Matsuda itu di sini nih. Matsuda itu mana ya Matsuda itu? Nah ini bukan online. Fotosintesis nih nomor 5 part 5. Kelihatan?
Kelihatan.
Part 5 ini nanti Matsuda nih yang akan bicara dia. Jadi bisa lihat dulu di sini. Kalau ada waktu di rumah nanti malam atau ya. Oke, jangan lupa di subscribe dan like. Komen juga boleh.
Baik, Bapak.
Ini KGU Sci-Tech ini punya lab, punya kami di sini punya lab, punya KGU. Tapi punya kegiatan internasionalnya ini baru sedikit nih yang subscribe-nya.
Nanti kita coba subscribe, Pak.
Oke dong, ya. Silakan. Oke, gitu aja. Ya udah siapin. Udah dibagi-bagi kan siapa yang jadi yang mimpinnya, terus nanti ada yang bagian fungsinya apa, perbandingan Jepang dengan ini. Oh sorry, nggak ada ya karena Olimpiade, tapi sebutin aja bola di Jepang masih kurang apa nggak berkembang ini mungkin apa ya alasannya.
Iya Pak, sudah Pak, sudah semua.
Oke lah, bagi orang perikanan mah cepet ini. Kalian tingkat 3 kan ya?
Masuk tingkat 3 Pak.
Semester 3.
Kalau ada kita beda-beda
Semester
Pak. Kayak semester masuk semester 3 ada yang
5.
masuk semester
Oh,
5.
5. Oh, iya, iya, iya. Udah. Oke. So, makasih ya.
Ya Pak.
Ya, Bapak.
Maybe the future development to make the life better.
Okay.
Historical conclusion.
And for the part 2, difference in seaweed,
I have some idea like that. In Japan, we use the seaweed for food. We usually use the seaweed for food like what? Like kombu to ichiki. Ichiki is widely used in traditional dishes. However, in Indonesia, they usually use the seaweed for industry. Maybe that's
Yeah, I think please check in the internet. Yeah, I think in Japan, seaweed every day. Maybe people eat seaweed because there's no kombu. Yeah, kombu because soup. In Japan many people they I can say that they prefer to eat seaweed. Indonesia is only seaweed because of the culture. Just agar maybe Indonesia. Agar from seaweed. I'm from not marine science. What do you think agar? Agar, do you know agar?
agar.
Oh, agar. I think Japan also familiar with agar. Like this one, kateng, kanteng.
Oh,
Tatebane. Actually, we can make with gelatin, but for research also agar. Tateba microorganism agardis. Agardis. Do you know about that one? Who are from biology? Tatyun San, what is the major in the KGU?
Seme kankyakaku.
Seme deso. Seme wa. Seme if we make some form bacteriology, bacteria develop in agar, agardis. Please find out in internet petri dish. So petri dish, yeah, also using agar or maybe Western blotting. Yeah. Western blotting also using agar.
I see.
Yeah, please. So not only for food, also for research. Yeah, seaweed. I think seaweed also agar. I must check again. Yeah. Catat, jisin ganai. Jisin ganai, please. Oh yeah, yeah, yes. Agar from seaweed, yeah. Look. And then also making Ajinomoto. Ajinomoto also need agar, yo. Bacteria, increase bacteria of glutamic acid, glutamic acid. We also use agar because bacteria will increase the propagation of bacteria. We need agar. So agar is seaweed is very important in Japan. So de amami mo arimasu. So nani namai wa saki no Ajinomoto. Ajinomoto na, Ajinomoto na. Iro na yo agar in Japan is developed industry. Agar chemical, agar powder. Tateba ne, please in internet you just type seaweed agar, and then you can have many information that one. Agar gelatin. Kok nangka kehi nani if you Tanjobi no tameni keki desho. Kore mo agar ipa ya sakode. Ne? Chosan, do you understand?
Oh, no.
Yeah, if you would like to buy kehi nani Tanjobi no tameni Tanjobi keki desho asokoni mo agar tokidoki they mix gelatin, agar gelatin. Gelatin in Japan also very expensive gelatin. For diet, many. Not only kombu and hijiki, but also for the other industry. Agar powder just for research and develop research like for microorganism development, for tissue culture. Tissue culture, do you know tissue culture for Shokubutsu? Also need agar. Oh, agar is very important. Gelatin, ya. Like gelatin, puring, puring, puring.
Yeah.
Yeah, puring also gelatin. They use gelatin. And then this gelatin also, yeah. Many. Okay, please continue.
Cho-san.
Hi.
For the second, other than the field of use, I think like the growth of seaweed, the difference in how the seaweeds grow.
Yeah.
With that too.
Oh yeah. Like the use and the grow.
Yeah, and the conditions for the growth.
Is this one? The grow between Japan and Indonesia.
The difference in conditions how the seaweed grows.
Oh yes. And also can the two parts like the field of use and the grow. Yeah, the use difference and the grow difference.